just swimming through the universe, hand raised.
He's a fixed point in space and time.
Oh,
I
good
win.
grief.
Okay,
It's
Crow,
not very
there's
funny,
the ban
isn't it?
hammer. That's the ban hammer pun. You're fine to do it now.
Yeah.
We're
Well,
done.
who was it? Who
James.
sinned?
James.
James, you're gone. Sorry, buddy. Rip in peace.
I made this channel. You can't ban me.
Yeah, and I can unmake you.
Don't point at him.
I made this place, but I can unmake you.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Technically, I've just realised.
You gave them power.
Yeah.
You gave them power in here, so yes.
Technically, they can't because it's admin privilege over the top of the others. But what we can all do, if we really want to like emulate the ban, we could all server mute James.
That'd be a bit hard for them to play their character then.
Yeah. We'll create our own server with Blackjack and no James.
That's going a bit too far now.
It's just Blackjack, actually. It's just a Blackjack
Yeah.
server.
We're going
I
a
was
bit
gonna
far
say,
then.
only Blackjack.
Blackjack.
Well,
I opened the curtain and blinded myself.
I understood that,
Christ.
Ray.
Right.
Yeah.
So, shall we
Blinded by the light.
stop our choo-choo and get into some deep and deeps?
Yeah. I'm live now.
When
Yeah?
the DM's ready.
I
Whenever
guess
the
so.
GM's ready.
Yeah,
I can
alright,
shitpost to
that's
fill
normal.
time if you want.
Yeah, we can shit post for hours.
Yeah.
Sure. Your own role playing that you're cutting into. I don't have any plot for today. It's just
Yeah, this is
Character
why I
session.
want you to get on with it. So
all right.
Get on with it!
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Alterra, the Shattered Altsphere. We are today episode 28,
Yeah, got
our
the number
first of the intermissions where we make slight adjustments to the overworld and the mechanics of the game, but don't you worry about that. We'll be taking care of that in the background. Before we get started today, let's do a quick hello from all of our fabulous characters. I do just want a sentence. Let's keep it brief after all. Brevity is much preferred in Alterra. Wilfie, say hi.
Howdy, I'm Wolfie. I'm the one that plays Alvina, and I got the number right for this episode all on my own. I'm so proud of myself.
Very impressive. We should all applaud this. Zormir.
I'm Bob. I play Zormir, the Artificer Cowman.
That's not a Minotaur.
And it's
not a Minotaur.
I have no comment to that. I think that's very self-explanatory. Fuck you.
Hi, I'm Fuck You. I'm played by Ben. I'm a goblin bard thing.
Menace.
Yep, that'll do.
I think that perfectly sums it up. Gwent.
Hey, TR, play Gwent, Horse Boy.
Horse boy.
Ta-da!
Yes, and I definitely remember who your god was. Lou.
Fear.
Hi, I'm Neil. Play Lou Grimm, Warlock Sorcerer.
Cultist. I
That too.
hear the stream of someone
Reforming
saying that.
cultist.
Reforming cultist.
Their power increases in other ways, but I'll let them explain that to you later if it comes up. Assassin.
I'm method acting an octopus.
Nice.
I'll have ears.
True story. The Point, aka Terra Miyu.
On the point. So you need
Wow,
to-
that was so brief. I actually
We almost missed the point.
Straight to the point.
straight to the point.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
And we'll get to James in a little bit. Their introduction is going to be slightly delayed. James, just say hi.
Hi.
There you go. That will do. That will do for today. We'll get to the rest of it.
Who am I
but I'm-
playing? Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, stick around and find out.
Yeah,
I
very
am
good.
Chris Casey. I will be your DM, and I will be attempting to wrangle the bag of cats that are our players.
Yeah,
I'm a
that
bag of
wasn't-
squid at best.
Let me set the scene.
It's a
Oh.
We're back to
Previous
Captain.
Oh,
no,
that was too.
Censored.
I'm gonna
Nice.
ban all
Censor
of you.
him.
I'm just gonna kick you off in this game. Previously, our players managed to dispose of the Oni King, or we'll go with dispose because we're not quite sure if they're dead or not yet. But
We don't
hey,
know.
they're gone,
We don't know what they did,
Lose
but they're
track
not
of.
here anymore, so it works.
and if that doesn't count as success, I don't know what else does.
Ben is the only one who knows.
But with a frosty reunion from sister, where you're pretty sure there's something up with Akuma and Izami's sister Izzy, but Also, incredibly weakened from getting constantly curb stomped by Oni, you decide to retreat temporarily, then try and provoke any party killing encounters.
Again.
Also, Alvina's way too stupid and has gone, she's just a bit weird, I guess.
But you destroyed her mirror, which she was apparently talking to someone for good measure, so that's probably solved the problem.
Yeah! Hit it!
No, that's 7 years bad luck.
Alvina's got already, like, 100 years bad luck, probably.
That's a good point, Lou. Let me just document that, okay?
Alvina, bad luck.
Alvina
Wait,
has...
I need to remind me to check if Moomin's dead in this world or if they got eaten.
Okay, not knowing the context, Moomin just as... Isn't the Moomin like a child's character, like a kid show character?
Yes,
It's like,
it
are
was.
all the Moomins dead in this universe? So we need to know.
I mean, technically they're not noise, they are monsters.
I don't know what a Moomin is, I've just heard the word and I know it's a thing.
They're made of mozzarella.
Okay.
So,
I always assume marshmallows.
Mozzarella's moomin flesh.
Unrelated.
Oh no.
M-U-M. So yes, the party has retreated with their copious amounts of loot and their void propellers to escort the freed slaves back to Rebellion. Now, the Rebellion, or the freed slaves are obviously tired, and the journey will take you a couple days as you're trekking back. But during that trek back, a strange occurrence happens to Alvina as you begin to hear strange sounds nearby on your persons. Now, before I go more into this, I'm going to let James take over this scene. James, would you like to describe to Alvina what it is they're hearing coming from their backpack?
Just the occasional sort of beady 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 beady, as if of like a radar transmitting the faint whirring of cogs and gears, just sort of winding down, beginning to get slower and slower.
Assassin, are you making a bomb in my backpack?
No, you asked me not to do that.
I know, that's why
And
I'm
also
wondering
the last-
why there's ticking coming from my bag.
The last one really smelled, so no.
Assassin, would you like to locate the source of the ticking that appears to be coming right next to your ears?
It's a pipe bomb.
That's what I was immediately thinking.
What is that mysterious ticking noise?
Yeah, I'll have a little look. I'll have a rummage.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Oh.
Another
What's
double
the
nat
mysterious
20.
This is what you come for, by the way. Someone searching the bag from inside the bag.
Yeah. It's my home.
You managed to find the clockwork dragon of your fallen ally.
As the hand,
You really saying that to Assassin?
as the hand closes around it, it's like when a mobile phone is in vibrate mode. Whenever the beep, 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 beep happens, it's like it's vibrating in your hand as well.
Ah, okay.
Oh. I wanna see if I can pick up the phone.
It's gonna be a sphere, right? It hasn't opened, I'm assuming. Because it
It's got,
curled
like-
into a ball.
It was in like a ball, and then there's like little satellite dish that's whirling on the top of it.
Oh.
That's where the beeping is coming from. You can see a red light, I would imagine.
Yeah, I wanna like pick it up, turn it upside down,
Fucking
turn it into
DT's
different
falling
places,
apart.
and try and like talk into it and be like, "Hello?
Have you?
Are
Hello?
you willing? Are you willing to accept a calling charge? Hello?"
I
Reverse charges.
think you just hear static at this point.
Alvina has answered every one of your questions and is like, "No, what? Why am I getting a call in charge? We're talking."
I really
Yeah.
like the idea of Assassin also hearing Alvina and like stick out their hand from the bag and just being like, "Calling charge. Come on.
No, you get fed.
Hand goes back in of like acceptable.
What the hell are you two up to back there?
Don't worry about it.
There's
Also,
some-
we're ahead of you.
Or up there, or whatever. I don't know where we're all positioned in this.
Yeah, you're
Um,
carrying massively heavy spikes of Arcanite.
Okay,
Now,
fine.
the Guardians are doing that.
But
floating
is
next to them.
beeping and I'm trying to take a nap, so do something with it, and I'll hand it to Alvina.
Okay. I look at the ball with the satellite dish. I shake it, probably pretty violently.
Yeah, it's
Probably
like
just before Assassin goes, please be gentle with it.
Oh, okay.
yeah. At that heightened shaking, it's like when I guess when a battery in a smoke detector is starting to die. It's whirling, it's struggling. There's desperate stuff happening.
Okay. I poke
Like it's dying or it's reached the end of its
life.
like distance or something. Yeah, like it's reached. Like it's a 2-mile radius and it's reached over 2 miles, so it's like does not compute and stuff.
Okay, I poke the satellite dish. Does it react in any way?
No, it might bend a little with your strength.
I'm trying to be gentle, so I would be gentle, but it might bend a little bit.
Let me have a look. I'll see what I can do with it.
Sure.
It's going to
Whip!
die.
I just throw it at you.
I attempt to catch it.
There is no change. There's no change at this point.
Either way, I wanted this, so it's going in my bag now.
Yeah, oh no, Alvina's like, it's beeping, it's annoying me now.
But the point, go ahead and give me either an Arcana check or a Intelligence check. Basically an Arcana check. I
Arcana,
think
yeah.
I was an investigation.
21.
21. Fair. As you examine over the object, you get a very quick idea for its basic functions, what it is. Now, obviously, you've seen it in action. It is a familiar, or a construct familiar. But in this state, it seems to be kind of picking up trace amounts of signal, as if it's trying to connect to something out there, but it's currently too far away to establish the connection. Almost like a game of hot and cold. As you kind of spin around, you get just the slightest hint of more beeping, as if the signal's getting a little bit stronger, as it points not completely back to the Oni King's palace, after all you've kind of gone at an angle to it as you kind of angle back up north. You're only a couple hours away so far. This is still the first day of your trek back, and it's took you some time to kind of get down from the tower, round up the rest of the slaves, and actually start heading back north. So you're probably still within the same radius, but have gone at an angle to the tower. But as you do so, it seems to be coming a little bit northeast off the tower.
Would that track with where the professor got nuked?
Yeah, that's what I'm...
Maybe in the general direction. It seems to be a little bit more to the right, almost kind of maybe a little bit back down the tunnels that you came. But it's in that general direction.
So what's the verdict point? Is it going to explode?
No, but I think it's calling us.
Where?
Calling us what?
Wait,
down in the
last time something
tunnels.
called us, we had a rat kingdom that was named
Yeah,
after you.
it also called me as well.
Okay, take it away from the point. Before
I point!
fix him.
No. This could be like
actually,
magical destiny things.
He's already got a cult.
Wait.
He doesn't need a second one.
I know,
Look,
we
look,
killed
look.
that...
No.
Gwent and Abigail, this belongs to the professor. What if
Yes.
some part of them survived?
I doubt it.
After that explosion?
They got torn to pieces by Oni in front of us and then got obliterated.
Atomized.
What the hell is he made out of if he survived that?
Oh, there was nothing left. I checked. I was looking for his arm, remember?
Well, what time is it about now?
I look at the sky.
Yeah.
Where is the sun? I am going to make a rough
It's
estimate.
daytime.
As you are well aware, Alterra does not have
Oh, it doesn't.
a
Yeah.
system. It is
What
a
time
series
does your
of
stomach tell you?
borealis that fluctuates throughout the realm.
With the clock.
And you're not actually quite sure if the destruction of this multiverse has affected that, so that maybe time doesn't quite, or day and night doesn't quite flow the same way or consistently as back in the original world. And As you're kind of looking up, though, you do see a hint of kind of orange light rising from the left, which is a little bit strange because this is getting on to kind of evening time, going into dusk, at least from what you've tracked being here so far. So it should be getting darker, and yet there's still that red glow on the horizon, and just a glow that seems to be lighting up
It's a
the
Scottish sunset.
western hemisphere of this continent.
Okay.
Western.
Seventh dinner time.
What the fuck's the 7th dinner time?
It's when
It
I
comes
have
after
seventh
the
dinner.
time
The
48.
sixth dinner.
Yeah, it's when I have seventh dinner. You know this.
It's the western edge of this world. That's where the fire giants live, or is that where the Republic is,
I think
Just
that
out
was
of
the
interest.
Republic. I think that was the Republic, wasn't it?
or is that a different continent?
Well, you're actually looking at the Cosmos map on roll 20 here. So the Primal Chaos, if you're talking about the bigger Cosmos, then the Primal Chaos is to the west, with the Radiant Empire to the east. But this is also a spherical map, so it's not quite as accurate that. But for all intents and purposes, the Radiant Empire and Primal Chaos take up the kind of southwest and southeast portions of the hemisphere, the sphere.
The semisphere.
God, I kept trying to lose the hemi
Hemisphere.
there, and I kept saying it. I was like, how do I get rid of it?
Um,
The
So,
sphere.
It's not flat.
I'm sure you said it was a dinosphere.
But this is something much more closer to home.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, a fire.
Well, you're not there, so don't you worry about that.
Yeah, so,
Sid's there.
so a fire.
No, this is something coming slightly further off. If anyone is interested, any of the natives to this continent will know what it is. So Abigail or
Gwen.
it's possible Gwen has been here long enough to understand what it is.
oh, good to know. Random bit of backstory
For
that we
me?
didn't know.
Maybe me.
I don't know. I don't think you ever went outside.
I mean, I've been on diplomatic missions.
You were in
But
a
if we
cave.
show you the continent of Salvo, which is where you are. So the continent
yeah,
of
fair.
Salvo, while the main chunk of the continent is as you see it to the right, here, it actually has 4 orbiting islands that effectively mimic the seasons on the continent.
Ooh.
So Abigail informs you that what you're seeing is that you are coming into summer, and during summer is when Imik's rib is above the continent rather than under it, and it is beginning to enter its rotation above the continent, bringing upon it much hotter, more daylight-infused days.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, lovely.
I mean, he's bloody well ribs
That's
up
for a
there.
future episode.
I think it's a mountain that's called a rib. He was pretty big, so.
Okay.
But that is what's causing that soft glow, is just the beginning kind of orbit of Imix's rib into visual view of the continent's landmass.
I also love the concept that at this point, possibly Alvina and Zome are so tired they've gained each other's brains. Alvina's somehow become quite intelligent and Zome's become dumb as shit right now.
Thanks.
It happened with me and Crow when we hung around the Fringe a lot.
Okay. So
Um,
this thing's pointing to where the professor died. Oh, relatively.
I think it's back down in the tunnels.
Oh, it was his. Wait, it's not taking you back to the bloody temple again, is it?
If it is, I promise I'll turn around and come back.
Will you?
No, you got mind controlled last time. No,
You can send someone down with me to. Keep
unmind
an eye.
control you.
Yeah. You can even tie me to a Hydra if they're going to listen to me.
Wait, the Hydra.
Hydra.
Gregor and Susie are currently towing the giant
Yeah, the orb.
orb thing. They ain't going with you. Zome,
Yes.
do you want to go with the point?
I suppose.
It's one of us is going, and do you really want me to put you in charge of someone?
I suppose I'm the most sensible one here. Go with them.
Go wrong.
Okay.
Bod,
The point looks like he's going to disagree with that, but then just goes, "Yeah, no, that's right."
It can be an artificer's day out.
Let me have a look at the damn thing.
I'll hand over to Zormir.
I'm gonna sprinkle some of the golden arcanite dust on it, see if it'll infuse it with a bit more energy.
Oh.
Because I got 3 bits of golden arcanite dust.
Are we seasoning it?
Are
you gonna eat it?
No.
Oh, I'm seeing if there's any energy
Zombie
left
needs to
in
get
this.
more iron in his diet.
The point begins to say it's made of metal, and then realizes that probably.
It's Alvina! What does it mean? That's just called fiber.
Either goes up. I'm not made of bloody metal.
Not convinced.
As you season the in stationary rest mode robot with the gold arcanite, you can kind of see it tangling with the signal coming off it. Doesn't seem to be so much infusing into the robot as it does seem to be infusing in the signal that it's giving off and receiving. As you can see, the particles in the air almost begin to take on this glittering glow. As you can now kind of see the whatever signals this robot is giving off. You're not entirely sure. We're going to call them arcane waves for now.
Ooh. I'll come up with something there,
Transmitting
don't worry.
across the land as it almost seems to take on a slight snaking appearance, as you can see a golden dust trail forming in the air and kind of waving back and forth and off into the distance, as you seem to have made the radio signal, or the arcane signal for all intents and purposes, a visible spectrum.
That's fun. Well done.
Right. If anyone
Okay.
needs us, we'll be at the end of this.
End of the golden arcanite trail.
We'll find the wizard. I really hope James' new character is a wizard.
Oh,
The silence doesn't
who
help.
knows?
You don't
Back
have
around, back
right?
around and
I'm
find out.
imagining James quickly scribbling stuff, being like,
the golden dust road.
No.
One of the golden dust road.
Completely respects his
We've
character.
got the Tin Man. We've got the cowardly centaur. I guess that makes me the scarecrow.
You're the scarecrow.
I mean,
No, I mean, we have-
Assassin's Toto.
Zormir wants to go home, so.
Dorothy.
It's Alvina, Dar.
Yeah, and you've got Assassin playing Toto.
Oh, actually, we've got someone. Who, actually, Alvina is actually pretty appropriate because he murders people by throwing random objects at them. So
Can we move away from the concept that it has turned into?
We're off to
We're
sea.
verging on.
The Wizard
Maybe.
of Alterra.
Yeah. We might
Maybe
get.
one shot for next time.
All right.
Anyway, do you guys and the slaves want to camp here for the night while we go and check this out?
yeah,
the night?
sure, why not?
Time's weird.
I
It's like Professor
I am consistently in need of knowledge, so I'm gonna come.
Fine, if you want. I'm not going to
Yeah.
stop you, but Alvina might.
Don't think we could.
Bring her back.
Alvina, please.
Just the energy of if a squid could do puppy
I
eyes
know exactly
energy.
where you were going at.
Does anyone else
Bring her back in one piece.
Does anyone else wish to come? I mean,
Brent's coming just because Zormi is going, but I am shaking my head and like, going, ah, God, all the way.
I agree
I've got-
with you. I'm
I've
I'm not.
got to stay here. We'll keep an eye on the hydras to make sure they don't eat anybody.
I'm sorry. I do agree with you, Gwen, but we might as well investigate if it's not too far.
Don't die. This is my request.
I very rarely do.
I will do my best.
Gwen, if they do
No
anything,
promises.
Gwen, if they do anything particularly stupid,
Okay, let's
I'm-
go.
bring them back.
I mean,
I promise Zormi will come back.
I'm okay. I'll take it.
well,
Yeah.
we do have. We do also have 2 of the Arcanite, Golden Guardians with us. So
I can't,
True.
I can't. Oh yeah, the second one was point, wasn't it? Yeah, you guys will be fine.
You should be okay. I can tank quite a lot.
I mean, the Guardian can tank quite a lot.
And I can make a tank.
And I
Super.
am a
As
tank.
you split off your group and you being kind of backtracking towards this signal, you eventually discover that it's kind of going a little bit more round, a little bit away from where you'd previously dug out of the underground tunnel, as it seems to kind of be constantly recalibrating and shifting as you kind of see the line, kind of almost like it's vanishing, or like vector points vanishing. It's snapping slightly more tangentially towards the north as you get closer and closer, as it seems to be connecting up with points that are slightly closer than the previous point it was connected to. As you get to a point where you're kind of in the halfway point between the entrance to the underground tunnels far to your left, but the line now pointing much more to the north, and come to a choice of you can either double back to the left and re-enter the tunnel network and then follow it north, or return to your party and continue going north anyway. You can either try to follow it in the tunnels, or you can try and follow it above ground, since it does seem to be going north anywhere, and hope that you can meet up with it at a later date. Now, there are risks and benefits to both. Question is, what would the away party who are exploring this like to do? You're also not entirely sure how old this line is, or how far behind whatever you're tracking is, but as you kind of get to this point, you do start to realize whatever you're tracking is on the move.
Oh, I wonder if I think I might know what it's tracking. I'm not there, but I think I might know what it's tracking.
Can you message me your theories, please, Wolfie? I really want to know.
Sure.
What the hell is this following? It can't be
Ghost?
the professor?
Wait,
No,
a ghost
it
is one of the factions here? They might be.
Ghosts.
Did he had the thing to stop the Radiant Emperor stealing his soul, did he not?
Did you find it?
It got nuked.
There you go, James.
It got nuked. Oh shit.
Entirely possibly didn't get a chance to, the item might have been destroyed before it could activate.
Oh shit. Has he been stolen to the Radiant side?
Oh.
Abigail would tell you the item works by effectively waiting at the end of a minute when Revivify wouldn't work, and that's when the soul is officially released from the body. There's a minute-long kind of decoupling effect, in which case the soul goes into the artifact and is given the choice to self-explode or stay in the artifact. If the item was destroyed on impact, technically there's still that minute before the soul gets the choice, and the item's gone already.
Yeah, but it got obliterated. Everything got obliterated.
Okay.
I'm hoping it's not Radiant Empire because that's boring. I want something. I want space aliens.
Well,
you
This
are.
is-
Hi!
this sounds-
Hi there,
This
guys!
sounds awesome.
well, we need
Yeah.
to
I want something cool. I don't want diplomacy. That's boring.
well,
No,
if we can find the
no
disgruntled
celestials.
people in the Radiant Empire, then we can bring them to our side.
No, they're all boring. Have you ever gone to a party with a bunch of celestials?
Yep.
No, you haven't, because they're boring.
I think Celestials would throw a pretty good party.
All
Oh,
they
it
want to
does-
do is
Well-
evangelicize.
Yeah,
You just have to-
exactly.
you just
And
have
tell
to-
me,
You just have to pick the right Celestials, is what we found
Yeah,
out in the
'cause-
other campaign, wasn't it?
all they tell me is that I'm doomed and that, like, you know, I gotta repent and all that shit. And that's not night out territory. Like, I'll just sin every day.
Did they tell you had to repent, or did they just ask you to
Roll20
apologize?
yet?
What?
For the stream, have we switched to Roll20?
Mine we have.
Yeah, on Alterra, it's on the right screen.
Has your stream frozen by any chance?
What
I think my
where the
stream's frozen. I'm
landfills?
just still seeing the starting soon one.
Oh,
Oh, no,
Oh,
we're-
just refresh the
we're
page.
yeah, we're definitely
Oh, no,
on.
It might have
we're
literally
in
frozen. Twitch has been having
Iron
some weird errors recently like that.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright.
there we go. Now it's actually showing it properly. I realized I was like upgrading the map to like split the party off and do the line and everything.
You just look at the stream and go,
I'm
what?
like, come on, guys. It's like why are we still just seeing starting soon?
It's a pure theatre of the mind game today.
Yeah. No, I switched when we were doing intros.
Yeah, apparently it just froze on me. But yes, away team B, what would you like to do?
I mean, do we reconvene everyone and follow this line, or do we?
If it's going to the north, it's probably better to travel with the group and find a way back down into the tunnels from the other end.
Not dragged like several hundred tons
There
of loot
were
in the
less
cave.
Onis at the other end.
Yeah. Also, not the slaves back into the tunnels. Probably
Oh.
not the
Also, a lot of traps in the tunnels that we left.
We did.
Well,
Yeah.
if we're gonna have to go all the way back, can someone carry me?
when
I have
did you
little
get here?
legs.
Yeah, Lou's just been with you the whole time. No one wondered anything.
Yeah.
I'm in my own cloud of darkness.
Fair enough. If you wanted to follow, that's fine. I didn't say no. But
I do just really like the energy of Lou not telling anybody, but just like appearing like an ominous shadow, and just everyone being like, "Oh fuck!" I didn't realize you were here.
Lou Grim has the cultist step. You know, the one that you need to walk up to people just so they don't notice, so you can hand them pamphlets. It's that step. Before they see you and run away, you have to be really casual about how you walk.
well, we need to head north back to the encampment anyway, so we can try and roughly follow it as best we can, but let's stay above ground.
Yeah, good shout. I don't want to find any more Onis.
Yes.
Plus, isn't there still a feral troll?
As
on the
we
prowl?
switch back to Party A, who is on watch while you guys are resting, waiting for Party B to return?
Be me, probably.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Yeah. Wait, which one of these is my character sheet again? There we go.
As you're watching out, Abigail taking care of the party behind you, the Hydra's having been fed.
Oh yeah, it's not so good now, is it, Wolfie?
Alvina's keeping an eye
We're
out.
low on the perception watch.
Oh yeah, but I didn't bugger off. I'm just really keeping an eye out for the group to come back, apparently. That's what I'm going with.
Stare.
Yeah. God.
As you were just glancing around, the Hydra's drawing your attention as they start to complain about being fed again, as they always do.
Yeah.
A couple of your guardians kind of standing nearby. You don't notice that a small herd of black stones have appeared around you.
What?
Where's the rock friend?
This is the weirdest thing, and Alvina just look probably if she's noticed, it's like, huh?
Oh no!
And just not be concerned in any way.
Sid would begin to be concerned at some point soon.
A dozen of them. Just they look to be maybe carbonite rocks of some variety. They've got that kind of black charcoal-like surface, glossy, not glossy, mute texture to them.
God, yeah, by carbonite, my brain immediately went to Star Wars carbonite, and I went, what?
Yeah, me too.
But,
I wasn't really right. It's
carbon.
carbon, and then my brain continued on.
Yeah, coal.
Coal, that's not a word. Carbonite. That's
I
a
thought
word.
Carbonite was a special type of Arcanite.
For a second there, I thought they were being
yeah,
attacked by obsidian.
If Fuck You notices one near him, he'll just pick it up and throw it away.
You do so. It goes flinging through the sky. The rocks sit there. You're not quite sure if they weren't there a second ago. Maybe they were always there, and you just didn't notice them somehow. But a dozen -1 carbon rocks of about maybe like a melon size, a little bit bigger than your fist, smaller than a football. About a melon, just a nice little chunky mini boulder, just sitting there, doing nothing.
I mean,
Technically.
Fuck You's not that strong, so I don't know how one went flying through the air then.
They're very lightweight.
They're
I never
lighter
said how
than they
far
look.
flying through the air it went. It could have just gone a foot.
Eh.
It still flew through the air.
For a second,
Smacks down on just a foot away from you. It just sits there like a rock.
there, I thought they were being attacked by obsidian ropers.
No, we're just being followed by a small, like, herd of stones. Apparently.
Can Sid go over to one and just sort of pick it up and examine it?
I will start feeding Susie, because that's evidently what Alvina would do.
You can. Go ahead and give me a nature check.
Nature.
Ooh.
We're essentially being
It's a rock.
surrounded by charcoal.
Yeah, we're more or less being surrounded by charcoal. If all else fails, we can eventually just go, oh well, we don't need to go anywhere for firewood.
I mean, I was about to try feed it to fuck you, not fuck you.
Feed it to
sod
fuck
off.
you, just eat it! Sod off. I was literally thinking, ooh, that's a good idea, actually. Feed it to the fire and it'll see what happens.
I thought you were going to feed it to Big Toe as a punishment.
Jesus.
Yeah.
The guy just got out of hospital!
The guy just survived the beating of his life. Leave him alone,
Give him a
man. Leave
day.
him
Give him
alone.
at least a
somebody was
day!
gonna kick him when he was down.
Alright, where's my
So
nature
close.
check?
So close to
Ah,
rolling
not so
over
good
to
when it's a
18.
natural one is the same as your score, is it?
Shush.
You look at the charcoal rock. It appears to just be a rock of carbon.
It is a rock.
I
Anything
lick it.
special about it?
I of course lick it.
It tastes like pencil.
It's lead.
It's graphite.
Graphite.
If
Try-
it's
try
lead,
writing.
you just got a real bad.
Yeah. Good thing I'm
Are you
immune
immune
to
to poison?
disease.
It's
Yeah,
not a
I
disease, it's
am.
poison.
Paladins.
It doesn't taste particularly well, but
Does it? Is it crumble?
I think you just
No?
you think you've just licked a rock.
Why?
No, it's
Try and-
entirely solid.
Why are you licking rocks?
Gonna try and stab into it.
Why are you stabbing the rock you just licked?
What?
Just to see if there's anything inside it.
All right. Well, what are you stabbing it with?
It's just some sort of stabbing implement.
You've got your.
Have you ever stabbed a rock? Do you want to maybe try a more intelligent approach, like an axe to a rock rather than like a dagger?
I
don't know if you've ever tried to
really-
knife a
Or
rock
maybe a
before.
pneumatic drill?
I
I don't
have.
think it's
don't
going to go well for you, even if it is just a rock.
I don't really have a rock pick.
All right, well, go ahead and give me a strength attack against the rock. Let's
Against
see as
the
you
rock.
you take a sharp knife and you plunge it into a rock and see what happens.
If you're not 20, you hit the seam and crack it in two.
An arm strike.
Yeah, but if you get a
Natural 19 though.
You're gonna punch a rock. You just punched a rock. You even stabbed
You
it.
stab the rock. You stab the rock so hard that your blade pierces through the outer layer. There was a slight crack in it as you pierce into the rock, and the
Twist.
rock suddenly explodes with
And-
movement.
Oh, especially
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
As
it's a
it
grenade.
unravels itself, popping out of its carapace. What the hell do you call a shell?
Carapace.
Carapace. As the creature explodes out of its carapace, and these little pincers scratch at you.
You just
I need you
stabbed.
to make me a dexterity saving throw.
You just stabbed a rock
Yeet.
crab.
Here's where I fail with the plus 10. Oh, for fuck's sake!
14.
Someone's echoing in the background.
14.
testing.
Ooh,
One, two,
does
one,
not
two.
make it.
Not sure it's coming from. Oh, I think it's coming from you, Chris.
It's from Chris. Yeah, I was just checking while we were talking. What it's coming from Chris.
What's coming from me?
Oh, I bet when
echo.
you reset your stream, it must have unmuted it.
No, I'm still muted.
Oh, because apparently we're getting echo.
Oh, my unarmed strike does 0 points of damage. By the way, because I have a negative strength mod. It's 1 plus your strength mod. And
Yeah.
my strength mod is -1.
It's actually 0 damage.
It's Fry in Futurama where he's trying to gnaw off his arms.
But you take 7 slashing damage as this
I'm
slight
down.
sharpened. What?
No,
We've
can you
rested.
imagine though?
Yes,
Can you imagine?
Oh, right.
Yeah, it would be funny, but
would
no,
have been
not.
very funny.
It slashes into you and gently jumps out of your hand
Nah.
as it crawls back into its carapace and rolls into between a pile of the boulders and vanishes from sight.
So tempted to kick one.
I
at
just
random,
watched
but
that
my heart
happen.
is
So I
snapping that.
just watched that happen. I just
Yeah,
look
as soon
around.
as it-
Oh, so there's more rocks around, right?
Yes, there's another 11 that all seem to be staring at you ominously.
I pick up the biggest one gently.
You
As
do
soon
so.
as Fuck You saw that as well, he'd be gathering them and trying to fit them into
The bag.
either his bag or
Wait.
God.
throwing them at Big Toe.
Wait, no, wait. I've got a better one. They are they're basically crabs, right?
They don't actually appear to be in a shell. They seem to be almost extending through the rock. You don't actually see any like holes or orifices that they're retracting in and out of. They seem to be phasing their limbs into existence.
Give me a second. I'll just
Almost like as if they're like an ooze, but made of physicality. They're like just lashing out with the black carbon and then kind of retreating it back into it, kind of melding into one form again.
Okay, Alvina decides that is far enough away from a crab to not try what she was going to try. Big pot, fill it with water, boil it. Seafood boil.
What do you think it is? Oysters or
crabs? I think it was crabs.
Sid, remind me what is it the standard monster categories for Divine Sense for you, or did we what did we modify it to?
Giants as well. So celestials, fiends, and undeads.
Okay, it is
These
none of those
aren't giants.
categories.
Interesting. I'm assuming they're
So
constructs or something probably. Or
I'm in my watermark form. So the Earth Genasi. They're clearly some sort of animal or scavenger. So if we just give them a thing, supplies, I don't know, they might leave us alone.
Fukyu, give me a sleight of hand check if you're trying to catch them. As you try to like pick one up, they seem to very quickly shift out of your hand reach.
Did Alvina manage to pick one up?
Also give me a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
As we move away from these hijinks back to Away Party B. Away Party B, remind me, did you decide to return back to Party A?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We're heading back to say that we found it's going north and we'd work together to go that way.
It's better to stick together since we're going that way anyway.
As you are coming back to the group, I'm gonna need one of you. Who is taking point leading back to the group?
Well, who's got the...
It'd be the point, because it's taking point, right?
Yeah, I guess.
For the ease of not having to make a decision, we'd go with the joke.
Yeah, the point would have been leading the way heading out here, so I guess he would lead the way going back as well.
Give me a survival check as you retrace your steps back to the party.
Alvina's not too bothered about getting one of them. She's got a different idea what she's going to do.
Okay, that's...
Damn! That's a stealth check. Oh, Sid.
That wasn't me.
Oh, I thought that was the point. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, 20 though.
Okay.
As you are weaving your way through the massive cliff face valley walls that constantly rise up and down, leading to the terrain off Titan Guts, you find yourself perplexed as you're absolutely confident that you're retreating your steps perfectly, and as you get to a dead end in the valley, you're sure that dead end wasn't here previously before. What would you like to do?
I will knock on the dead end.
Oh, bollocks.
You do so. Do you wear metal gloves or are you just wearing leather?
No, I'm just wearing leather fingerless gloves as well.
Are you wearing...
You knock it. You hear flesh hit against solid stone. Nothing happens.
Eep.
Huh.
It's as if the entire Titan Guts valleys have shifted around while you weren't paying attention.
Have you took into a dead end?
This wall wasn't here before.
This mountain wasn't here before.
Call yourself a dwarf.
Ben, have you seen anything like this before? Like he says, he swears this is the same route.
Abby.
Why would the
Abby's
things
with me.
move?
Abby's with me.
I'm asking Gwen as a person native to here if they maybe seen anything like that. So
I mean, I assume the point just took us down the wrong way, surely.
No, this is definitely the right way. I'm good with directions, especially in tunnels.
Okay, object about on Alvina's weapon?
Yeah, the sword.
Big flashy sword.
Yeah.
You do so. God, what the hell was the distance of this? So it was like you're in the same square. No, I know the distance of that. I'm trying to measure out Titan Guts.
Yeah, how far is the dead end away from us?
I'm going to say for the sake of you were on your way back when this happened, just because the area you're going to had less of the walls, that's within 1,000 feet. Alvina seems to be 1,000 feet in the direction that appears to be directly on the opposite side of this wall. For note, this wall is about maybe 80 feet tall.
We're going the right way, but looks like we just took the wrong path, maybe?
Wrong corner.
Okay. Well, look both directions. Is there any? Is the wall stretching out both directions?
Yes, you're at the end of a valley, so the wall goes back to the left and right as you are effectively in a U shape. You'd have to double back to get out of the U shape, and almost like a labyrinth trying to work your way through the valleys.
Or we could go up and over.
Yeah, Gwent, 7 years later.
Have you considered going the right way?
This is the right way.
Yeah, but there's a wall. Walls generally aren't the right way.
Walls.
So whatever you're doing, do the other thing.
We could fly over with it. Yeah. I tend to agree, but since we have two guardians here, we can just easily fly over.
I mean, that's also an
guardians are just here.
I mean, if they're in that direction and this wall's in the way, just use
go by air.
Fly. Why were you walking this entire time?
Because we didn't think it was going to be too far. And we didn't see a mountain to shift up in our way.
The mountain didn't get in the way.
I don't know, I don't like going up in the air. It makes me feel queasy.
You live in a bag that is up in the air.
Yeah, but that's still affected by gravity.
I love how you're just having the conversation. Who are you talking to?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Just hear Alvina sometimes. She's always with us.
I just imagine sometimes what she'd say.
Yeah.
The point we're trying to say, will a bag help?
Yeah, can you put me in a bag?
It's a coping mechanism.
Coping bag! It's comfort bags!
Well, I'll pull this collapsible metal bag out of my backpack and open it up for Assassin.
Collapsible metal bag, a cage,
a basket.
I really like the idea of it being perfectly square shaped and Assassin sinking into it like a perfect cube. Yeah.
Get the pillows in there.
Yeah, it's clearly not finished, but it works.
Very happy.
Everyone comfortable? Everyone ready to go?
Yes. Just tell me when it's over.
Alright, well, Party B prepares themselves to fly over the wall. We return back to Party A as Alvina and Fukyu fail to grasp any of the objects. Sid is stealthing up on one.
Apparently it's the same modifier for sleight of hand. So.
Yeah, it was meant to be like I was yeeting one in their direction so they could catch them.
I've never to have it scratch at you again. You do so. You try to get your hand under it and just kind of almost very quickly, almost like a hawk coal, not touch it as much as possible. Just kind of flick it over in the direction of. Who would you like to flick it in the direction of?
Well, fuck you's running around with his bag open like he's Rocky catching chicken. So fuck you is fine. And then towards the others to distract them, I throw some rations, like some seeds.
Yeah, I was about to get a mushroom out and see if they'd want it.
The object plops. Fuku, you feel something kind of plop into your bag as the seeds thrown about don't seem to be attracting the attention of the creatures. They don't seem to care for the seeds, and if anything, they actually seem to have stopped and are giving off this ominous energy as they seem to vibrate a little bit. And you hear this very kind of on the edge of your hearing, high-pitched whistle almost emanate from the collective group of rocks as they vibrate.
God, psychic rocks.
Do they do anything when I proffer a mushroom towards them?
They do not. They do not seem to care for your mushroom.
Okay.
But
I don't like mushrooms.
Gravel. I don't have any gravel on me to give to them.
I take a cooking pot that we've been using for cooking various bits and pieces and try and just like, you know how they put a glass over a spider? I'm going to try and put a cooking pot over the top of one of the rocks and see how it reacts.
You do so. It burrows into the ground and comes back up a few feet later.
I found a way to get him to move back. I just keep doing that to each one as it burrows away.
Oh my god, they're fucking rock. The rock creatures. I'm gonna try speaking primordial to them and asking them what they want in Terran. If they're rock creatures, if they want food or something.
It might work.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
This is what you come here for, watching these Alterra games, by the way. We are having a diplomatic conversation with small rock crabs.
I wouldn't have it any other
Dirty
way.
20.
Ooh.
All hail the paladin.
Interesting. Suddenly the
Not
noise
even proficient
ceases
in that.
as the closest of the rock creatures does a series of vibrations and almost thuds itself against the ground in a dialect that you know to be Terran.
Yeah.
A strange mix of clicks and bashing, almost drumming.
Good thing I'm in my Earth Genasi form. I grind my teeth together and then punch the ground a few times to
You do the hacker.
reply.
You do the hacker.
Yeah.
You learn that the Geonids, as they are called, were
Professor knew
curious
about these
and
things.
fascinated by your group and came to explore and watch, and now you're stealing one of their siblings.
Fuck you,
They are
I'm being
very
too
distressed by this, and they are calling for their mother.
Oh, fuck you!
Oh,
empty
that's
that
the
one
wall!
out, because
That's the
there's a
wall!
bigger. There's a bigger one coming. Fuck you,
No,
maybe
it's mine
empty
now.
that one out. Fuck
It's
you.
mine now.
Fuck you! I am going to Alvina. There's a much larger one coming. We should think of the slaves. Yes,
As you
please.
discuss this, we turn back to Party B, as you are flying above the wall now, being lifted up by the joint power of your guardians, flying you over, as suddenly you see a flock of what appear to be kind of more scraggly, thin gargoyles in the distance take flight, as the valleys themselves seem to shake to the north, as if something very large is moving in the direction of you and Party A. As you kind of get over the top of the crest of mountains and start coming down, you can see Party A just a short distance away. Most of the party kind of resting, some of the slaves kind of watching a commotion to the north. As you can see your allies in the center of that commotion. What trouble have they gotten themselves into now?
Who wants to bet on whether it was Alvina or fuck you?
Wasn't either of us!
I'm taking odds of 3-1 being Alvina. Anyone? Any takers?
I'll give you a gold for fuck you.
Alright, great.
Alvina.
Alvina is now that she knows they're intelligent and aren't just rocks. She's gonna basically like you know how like when a cat is like a bit cautious towards you, and you put your hand out to let it like sniff it. I'm basically doing that. She's like crouched down, put her hand out, palm up towards the rocks.
I'm gonna wrangle the slaves and start.
I have gold on the goblin.
Moving.
The parties at this point can re-emerge. Or re-merge.
Getting the slaves in gear and starting them moving away from the rumbling.
At this point,
What did you do? Who did you upset? And what the hell is going on?
Earthquake through the ground.
Oh, we're being talked at by curious rocks.
The rocks begin to vibrate in that high-pitched tone again.
Do they not
You're
react to
kidding
me
me.
trying to be?
They do not.
Yeah.
They seem to do not care for you.
Aww.
You're kidding me. I left, and
Punch
you
the
got
ground.
encountered rocks. This is bullshit.
Who has charisma rock?
They
It's not
they
any-
attacked.
they're not
They
any
attacked
relation to
Sid.
the charismatic rock.
Sid tried to stab one and they attacked him, and now they're scared.
Oh
Oh, so-
yeah. Can
Damn
I
it.
take out charisma rock and place
oh my
them
gosh.
down next to them and just like
It
look
could be
and just be
family.
like,
Oh gosh.
friend.
This is one
Friend?
of two things. They're either going to eat it or take a severe amount of offense.
I toss 5
Oh yeah,
gold.
it is.
I
It
toss
is
5 gold to the
literally-
assassin.
It wasn't either of us. Yeah, the bookie gets the win.
Yeah. Also, assassin will collect in bets just as they place charisma rock down, which is just a rock with a smiley face carved into it, and like place it down and like look at the rocks, like waiting on a response of like friend.
We sent cousin Jerry out into the world, and he comes back in pieces.
No, he fixed him. Remember?
He's fixed.
We definitely mended Charisma Rock.
Yeah.
We made him
yes.
whole again.
As you put down Charisma Rock, the closest of the Geonids moves forward and kind of just bumps against Charisma Rock, and then kind of bumps against it again, just kind of almost like testing, almost like touching it to see if it's like hot or what it does. As it slowly just kind of leans against Charisma Rock, and you can kind of see it slowly begin to eat away
Told
at
you.
the outer edge of
No!
Charisma Rock.
Told you.
Assassin will pick up charisma rock and try and like wrestle it back. Of like, no, friends not food.
They eat rocks.
Friends,
Got it.
not
Alvina's
food.
gonna go and just find a very large boulder that looks tasty. To
what
most
is it?
people, this would be very bizarre. I can actually
I
play that.
still have some Titan muscle in my bag, so
Oh.
I'll give him some of that.
Yeah, I'd put the Titan muscle down and see how they react.
Can you
They seem
explain
to be
this?
intrigued by it, but then still begin to start kind of moving and circling around Fukyu.
Fuck you! Give them back the rock.
The point looks expectant
know,
to
fuck
assassin.
you.
You begin to
Yeah.
see more vibrations.
Oh,
As even
no.
Abigail's come up to you at a point with concerns with the ex-slaves who are, not liking what's going on and would like it to stop.
Yeah, fuck
Can
you.
someone explain it?
Give him back the pet rock because we're gonna get a bigger pet rock that'll follow us. Hopefully, if we're nice to them.
Assassin will go over to the point
wait,
and be
stop.
like, would you like to raise? My bet is that fuck you will make the situation worse. Do you want to raise?
Wait,
Double your bet, double your money.
Sid says,
Oh,
I'll
it was
take
the
that.
Keep that option open. I'll come back to you.
We'll get back.
Well, it was the
yeah.
goblin's fault. So I did win the bet.
The Sid caused the problem because Sid's the one that stabbed the rock and then threw the rock into fuck you's bag.
I wanted to see what it was.
Now, what is exactly the problem?
You could stab a rock.
Here-
Christ.
Fuck you won't release the one that they have.
And what?
And it's their sibling, or what? That was what you said, right? Their sibling.
Yes, you have kidnapped their brethren.
Yeah, and they're calling their mum.
Which is
Oh,
that
shit.
rumbling sound.
I'm assuming it is the rumbling sound. So if we give them back the rock, then we get a bigger rock who might be talking to us and might give us information. Or we might
Fuck
just
you,
get to
Bill.
really have a nice chat with a giant rock,
Or-
which I am very curious about.
Or they might give us a ride home.
Fuck you, give the rock back or I shoot you.
I've already
Oh,
let the rock go.
Yay!
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
As the rock returns to its siblings, you can see the noise stops as the rocks scatter into the north and vanish into the
Aw.
rock. The rumbling ceases.
Damn
I'm
it!
sorry, but there was a mountain that moved in the way of the path.
I know, but they didn't have. They could have at least
Ah,
eaten.
told you it was the right way.
They could have at least eaten.
oh, dang. Yeah.
Wait, how do you spell? And I asked Sid, how do you write food for apology in Terran? Or whatever language you were speaking, because I mean, we definitely wouldn't know that. Whatever language you would just talk to them with, how do you write that?
Blue, yellow, green. 3.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't have a written component.
Well, it
Assassin
does.
does read all languages. Terran doesn't have a written component.
Doesn't it?
No,
It does not.
the elemental languages don't have written components.
Yep, it's Primordial has a written component.
Yes. So Terran is like a dialect, like Liverpudlian. The strangest of all.
Elemental languages?
Yes, it's a language all its own.
Okay,
No one
whatever
understands
language
it.
they'll
God, is-
understand, how
No
do
one
you
is
write
proficient in it.
apology food?
So that would just be in primordial. So I translate it.
Okay, you get written apology food with just a circle and one of the bits of Titan muscle just in the middle of it. Right, there's us sorted. Let's have a rest.
I can't believe they
Draw
tried
like
to
a
eat.
pie in the ground. with
More or less,
slices.
I more or less did that. Yes.
I can't believe they tried to eat charisma rock.
Well, I did say they'd try to eat it.
Hmm.
A very popular rock.
How would you not
Yeah.
look at it?
I mean, yeah.
It
We
must
must
be a
not.
very tasty rock.
Charisma rock is friends and not food.
It's dead Titan's liver.
Now the Christmas rock's been chewed on a little, does it look more vuggishly handsome?
It's got like
Yes.
it's got
Yeah,
like
like a
combat
cheek
scars
scar.
on its
Scar.
cheek.
Now Christmas rock has had a life.
Eventually,
Oh no!
Eventually
it's got
it's
a dimple. It's got
eventually,
like a little cute dimple.
no, eventually, the charisma rock is gonna get just like things are gonna happen to it and chip it off, and eventually it's just gonna be the Chad face.
I was gonna say it's gonna end up like handsome Squidward level of.
We all know it's
non-
going to be Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
It's gonna it's just gonna be the Rock.
no.
Oh,
Well,
Can we not do like a rock graft at some point?
so you set a bunch of rock people. We found out the line goes north, and
Oh, we were already going
prefer-
north, weren't we?
Mountains appear.
we prefer to go. If we're going to follow it, if everyone agrees, stay above surface.
I mean, yeah. Why would we go underground?
I don't know. It
There
might
are
It's
be.
munchkins
easy.
down there.
less
mean,
easy to
we're
be
always
seen
on the
by.
Let's not give the people we've just saved some
More
recurring
trauma?
nightmares.
More trauma.
Yeah, I'm happy we both agreed on that one. Okay, don't
But-
traumatize people we just got out of slave mine caves. Got it.
Yeah. It
Oh.
it
But,
would
like-
be more dangerous if we were to in larger numbers underground if there's a trap or a cave in. But if we're to travel overground with all these people, we're more likely to be seen from the air.
Oh shit! Speaking of traps,
Need
I
to be
wonder what happened to us.
We need to be careful of Wombles then.
I was thinking
They're
that.
so humble. Are they?
They went
What the-
extinct. They went extinct about the same time as the dog.
Oh.
You'll be pleased if I've
So
I've
the
added
dogs are real,
the NPC
No,
list.
Oh.
not anymore.
but they were.
Also, Sid wasn't the one
They're
that was.
now extinct.
Sid wasn't the one arguing for the existence of dogs, by the way. That was the professor.
Yes, but I'm
So-
establishing to Assassin that
See?
they are real.
The professor was just messing with you. Okay, carry on, Chris. You were just.
I've added Charisma Rock to the NPC list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can, they're gonna get
I really-
a party
Support
follower
action.
thing and a,
They do not have any
an
support ability.
inspiring
Support business
inspiring
charm.
grin.
We do
Charm.
need to find a way to make them sentient, so that means we
Charisma
can
ro-
unlock.
Charisma Rock
Yes.
becomes an
I-
Earth Ganassi.
I have a.
I was very close to taking Awaken.
I was about to say, does Awaken work on rocks? And if it doesn't,
no,
Chris,
it's-
can Awaken
it's-
work on rocks in this world?
It's
Give me
as
3
rules
levels.
is
like-
written. Yeah, rules is written. It's creatures and plants.
Yeah.
At level
We all
17.
We all give our
guys.
destiny point.
Don't worry,
We
guys.
still
At level
let them use the
17,
destiny
we can
point
cast
to
True
augment it.
Polymorph.
But as the party
Can't do
continues
that,
north,
actually.
having a little bit of a rest, feel free to gain a bit of a short rest, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. We didn't use. I didn't use anything.
Use anything.
As you continue north, are you pushing yourself through the night, or are you attempting to camp at any point?
Definitely would try to.
It is about
I
a
mean, we
2 day
do have.
trip.
Yeah, we've got like a horde of slaves with us as well. So
I think
we
camping
might-
would
we
be a
might-
good idea.
Yeah, we might be able to make it in the time and be fine. We probably wouldn't get all the probably fairly malnourished slaves.
Yeah.
To do
Yeah,
it.
I
let's,
think-
let's be nice and we'll rest up.
Yeah, I think a good few of them had 2 or 3 levels of exhaustion mechanically,
No, that's
which
fair.
is
You find a large, what appears to be almost cave in the side of one of the valley walls on your way back north as you're approaching the eastern brow bone. And situate yourself in there. It's a little bit halfway up the cliff. There's a little bit of a ledge that goes up there, but you're pretty confident that it's easily defendable by monsters. And you've scouted out the cave to reveal that there is nothing currently living in there. as you set up your watch to keep guard over the party, you look out onto an expanse of the eastern Titan guts from your vantage point, and you can see 3 massive, approximately about a couple 1,000 feet in diameter holes situated among this vast, kind of more smoothed out terrain with less high peak mountains and more small rises and hills throughout. And as you're watching this, you see moving among the open rock plain in between these 3 massive crater holes in the ground, just small black dots on the horizon, just constantly moving here and there. And occasionally you see something that, from your distance, looks to be almost a marble moving across the horizon, until one of the more intelligent members of the party, or more wise members of the party, realizes that at that distance, that would have to be a mountain-sized rock rolling across the horizon.
I'm assuming there's still all the little black dots that are walking around are still like that from Alvina's eyes as well.
Yes, you're able to make out much more detail, and you can see that there are vast herds of these small carbon rocks roaming the guts territory that you see before you. You also recognize the landscape, or at least those who did their view of Junior. These are the 3 crater holes, one of which Junior descended through.
We got told about them. I think Alvina got told about them, doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think
Alvina,
it was Fuck You that cast
what
the
do
spell.
your elf eyes see?
Yeah.
So you recognize this terrain as this is the terrain that Junior disappeared down into, and that these massive craters give way to tunnels that lead deep into Titan's guts. But yes, that is what you see as you take watch. Is there anything the party would like to do during effectively long rest or during their watch?
Yes, actually, Alvina would like to do something, but I need to look up the exact rules and how it works. So if anyone wants to take something quickly first, go for it.
Let me go quickly in order. Zormir.
I suppose I'll cast create food and water for this.
Yeah.
So I feed some the
very hungry people.
Yeah, Alvina would also
Hungry
be
people.
doing cooking stuff for him as well. So.
Yep. That is a given. Fuck you.
Fuck. If we've come across these craters, fuck you would look into them and see if we can, like, see any tracks or anything going through it.
Remember, you guys are up on like a mountain cliffside,
Oh,
looking over this vast valley plains. The giant craters are in the plains, and they're so big you can easily see them from this distance.
Gotcha.
But
Right.
you're looking off at like a plain, like a half a day's travel away, or
Gotcha.
looking down at a plain. Basically, you're looking at this segment of the map here.
Question: I'm assuming is there like a little section just in front of the cave, like a little area that's basically outdoors but still like on the same level as the cave?
Yeah, there's a little landing platform where the ledge runs up to.
Yeah, that's what I needed to know essentially for what I'm going to try. So.
All right, we'll come back to that in a second. Gwent, anything you want to do during the long rest?
Just gonna
This is mostly
burn all
flavor. Or...
Yeah, just gonna burn all my spells to heal up as many people as I can, and then go to sleep.
Sounds great. Lugrim?
Just chill a little bit before I try and get a good night's sleep. Just relax before trying to get a good night's sleep.
No, that's fair. Assassin?
I will be trying to convince Squidge to bring Charisma Rock to life. Unsuccessfully. Because Squidge doesn't know how, but Assassin is just determined that they're just refusing to. And it's just like, no, I'm not going to replace you. And just Squidge shrugging their shoulders, essentially. And then we'll eventually huff and settle down for the night.
That's fair. Sid?
Nothing.
All right, point.
Acoustic campfire songs to keep up morale.
That's perfect.
Amazing.
And
Well, like Kumbaya.
Wolfie, what was your thing?
Alvin wants to commune with nature. That's why I was like checking there's a platform outside, because it's 3 miles if I do it outside a cave.
I didn't actually say what I was wanting to do.
Oh.
Fuck you was gonna find Big Toe's shoes and fill them with gravel.
You know, he's
Black
still heavily
gravel?
winded, still exhausted, still being mostly carried at this point. He's one of the
Is he
injured.
woken up yet?
Not properly. Occasionally, the three of them kind of stummer awake to get like food and nutrition, but they are being carried along some of the sick of the slaves.
Yeah.
By the more
That's
healthy.
They're
But
probably the
kick,
ones that would
kick
have healed up.
a halfling while he's down. Why don't you?
Of course, fuck this. The goblin's gonna kick a halfling while he's down, of course. Yeah, it's not at all a stereotype.
And the goblin's immortal, yeah.
But yes, the night continues through, and we'll get to anything during the night in a second. For commune with nature, as you become one with nature and gain the knowledge of your surrounding territories, seeking knowledge into the land within about 3 miles.
For Alvina's version of it, also, her spirit guardian thing has to show up, which I did say in the Discord what I wanted it to be, if that's okay.
Why don't you tell us all?
Okay, so basically, Alvina is just sitting there, legs crossed outside the cave, and is just really concentrating really hard. And her tattoos have started glowing redder than usual. And this pretty sizable, but not like massive, ethereal red dragon will just have appeared next to her, and will just sigh. As it looks, look at her. It starts at really regal, majestic, and then look at who's basically called it and just sigh.
Basically, Mushu after
Kind
being
of big,
oversized.
big Mushu, but Western dragon instead of Eastern. But yeah, and very ethereal looking.
Talks with a San
Alright, I believe this
Franciscan
works by
accent.
you get to gain knowledge up to 3 facts of your choice, right?
Yes, I get 3 things as long as it was in those categories that it says.
Alright, what 3 things would you like to know?
I would like to know any prevalent, but basically any dangerous animals within 3 miles.
Oh.
Everything. Specifics on them.
Top of the list, Alvina Allen.
Then the Hydras. Any powerful undead in the area. There's a very good reason why Alvina's a little nervous about
That's a good one.
3 miles, okay.
And any particularly dangerous like sections of terrain that we should avoid that is in the direction that we're heading.
Okay.
It's like a mountain that's about to avalanche or something like that. Essentially, any specific that will be like very dangerous, going to kill a lot of people.
Okay. I'll
The odd
give you a
crevice.
decent radius around Tangus, because for the sake of me, for my own sake, I don't actually remember the exact distance of Tangus, so I'm just going to say give you half of it.
Okay.
What was the first question? Dangerous beasts.
Yeah, dangerous creatures.
So in the for the sake of this and for the sake of people watching in the party, I'm going to define beasts as just anything of low intelligence that acts in a animalistic fashion and does not have a sophisticated sentience.
Yeah.
Because I want to include the elementals in this.
Hey!
Most of this place is filled with elementals. You get some pings of varying sized threats of geonids. It seems that the geonids range in size from what I'm just going to give you the names of these because it's not exactly a spoiler. From the very small carbon geonides, which are tier 1s, maybe like only a couple hit point creatures, to continually getting larger to these medium-sized carbon balls called carbon kilogeonids, up to gigageonids, megageonids, and then you're aware that there are 1 or 2 terageonids, which are colossal in size and about 40 foot long, and can just boulder. I'm just gonna go boulder. Can just boulder entire individuals and creatures flat, and are incredibly powerful and are technically tier 5 in power scale.
Giant bulldozing rock monsters that are very dangerous. Got it.
Yep. And you're pretty sure that these are what the creature is referring to as mother, and what you've seen kind occasionally moving across the horizon are these mountain-sized balls just roaming around Titan's guts, just smushing anything that gets in their way.
That is fair.
Apart from that, you see that there are other creatures. You've already with the Titan rats. There appears to be more formidable Titan Goliath rats, occasionally dotted around the map. They seem to be bulkier and seem to have more intense exoskeletons around them.
Ooh, yeah, armored rats. Got it.
As well as more feral gargoyles and various plant creatures and dangerous mushroom creatures beneath the surface of Titan Guts. There seems to be a thriving ecosystem and ecology in the effectively Titan muscle veins that run underneath the Titan marbled skin layer on top.
Okay.
And also the Titan worms that you're already aware of.
Big worms.
You see that those seem to roam a lot around the kind of northern, western segment. So more where there is much more dense mountain, they seem to roam around that path. Whereas the geonids are more confined to the guts. And the Titan rats, similarly, are kind of in between the border of the two areas.
Okay.
What was your next question?
Any powerful undead in the area? I'm not at all looking out for a particular lich that may hold a grudge, essentially.
Oh.
No, that's fine. You also get a rough sense. You get the traces of a powerful undead to the southeast that seems to correlate with Junior's last known position.
Junior, yeah.
As you kind of follow in, you also get the sense that while those are natural terrain tunnels that seem to kind of go deep into the ground at a slight angle, you also get an unnatural barrier as your mind kind of probes the surrounding area, or you kind of get the sense of the surrounding area. There seems to be a building of some kind, or a construct barrier down there, as if there is some sort of building down there. Or some sort of dungeon down there. Before you kind of lose sense of them. As well as there appears to be two other powerful undeads in the general Titan Guts area. One to the north. Actually, there's two to the north that appear to be in close proximity.
Gotcha. That's them.
One to the far east that you kind of get from, even from this distance, you can kind of still see the rampant tops of the walled fortress all the way to the east, and you get a sense of a powerful undead from there too. So which, given that you are aware that the Amethyst Knight is a illithid, yeah. So they also ping.
So he's in his fortress or that area still, basically.
Yeah. I don't think you get the exact location.
No. We get I'm assuming I get like a general area of he's that way essentially. So.
But as far as you can tell, those are the most powerful undead in the area.
Okay.
And what was your third question?
Third question was any potentially hazardous terrain.
There are segment in areas, especially around the landfill, where the place is kind of decaying, and there's pools of this acidy, oily acid kind of lakes here and there, which you've already encountered with the swamp creatures, and that those are slowly eroding away and kind of digging into the foundations of rock pillars, and there's kind of these weakened areas and cliffs where the erosion kind of leads to an instability in the landfills. There is a few to the north of you that you'll be able to avoid going forward.
Mm-hmm.
But they're generally the way. There is occasionally the crisscrossing of kind of unstable tunnels where the Titan worms have carved away enough crisscrossing tunnels that the ground itself is unstable and likely to cave in. But you are also now aware of those.
Cool.
That should pretty much cover everything.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was wanting. So.
All right.
Your
dragon expresses this knowledge in their usual demeanor.
Yeah. Slightly tired. But very helpful, but slightly tired. You might have to explain it once or twice each, but yeah. I thank it very much.
All right. I believe that's you. So yes, the party takes their turns doing watch through the night. As you do so, two of you, I believe it's two of you. Yeah, two of you get some slightly vague dreams during the night. The first, of course, is Lou Grim. You can feel a swirling of energy around you as you appear to be in a multicolored rainbow landscape swirling with chaotic energy. As you're.
Lou just said be
Yes?
right back, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
And he's
oh,
back.
Oh, he's nice! I just... convenient.
Lou, as you're dreaming of the magical chaos of the world around you. You're in your rainbow landscape as you can feel your connection to energy strengthening, as your connection to the ethereal and your connection to the Republic begins to weaken. Your connection to control begins to give way to your new chaotic powers. You can kind of feel a sense of a creature watching you, of control's presence, keeping tabs on you from a distance, still not directly interacting with you, still keeping away from you after your last encounter with them, but always watching, always keeping in the know. As we move to Alvina, while you are meditating during the night, you too occasionally get flashes of memories entering your meditative state that aren't your own. Images and glimpses of being on top of this high tech, almost Spartan ship, seeing your Mind Flayer comrades and allies around you in their Spartan armor with their with their antimatter rifles on hand, as you plunge towards a wave of crystal dragons emanating from the rainbow wall as segments of it open up, and occasionally you flash to mid-battle while all around you can hear screams of your comrade as you clash against the crystal dragons, doing all that you can to keep them at bay. You can feel the adrenaline in the air, something that you're not unfamiliar with. And occasionally you sense more at the back of your head. There's a purpose, not just a desire to be triumphant, not just the regular emotions that you're used to in battle of wanting victory, of wanting to defeat the enemy, of wanting to crush them, but also a longing to protect someone back home as you fight against the rainbow dragons.
That's actually
And then
okay, I thought you'd finish that, so I'll probably just keep going.
I was going to say, and then they kind of intersperse with your other memories as you go through your meditative state.
I was going to ask, did fuck you mention the weird fae thing that says it wants to find a way to talk to Alvina, or would you have kept that to yourself?
He's not mentioned it yet.
Cool.
He's
yeah, because I would have done something or tried to do something if you had mentioned it, but you haven't, so it's fine.
As the party successfully completes the long rest, you come upon the morning. All throughout the night, there was still a slight red glow in the night. It wasn't as dark as your previous nights here. And as you come into the morning again, there's that kind of soft backing light to the day's Ori Borealis as it strengthens in the sky. And you begin to continue on your trek and journey back to Salvage.
Yeah.
Is there anything anyone would like to do or say before we effectively skip forward to the next day and a half travel and arrive in Salvage the next day?
Alvin will basically direct them that this area is dangerous. Like, direct him basically, don't go these routes. I had a chat with an old friend, and they said, don't go this way.
How many old friends have you got here?
She wasn't hiding the fact that she literally talked to a spirit dragon outside the door.
Oh, okay.
So you saw her do it. So she'd just say that as a way of explaining away what the fuck just happened. Weird spirit dragon.
The red blinking light on the clockwork dragon would have been blinking in red light all night unless someone had it in their bag. Just so you're aware.
I would
have had to muffle it slightly as well.
I've got plenty of wool from the wall.
Yeah, I was about to say, either the point muffled it or Alvina smashed it.
Before we get back to Salvage, if we pass close by to where that's kind of indicating, I'd kind of stop the party and tell them, but otherwise, yeah, back to Salvage.
Yes, that continues forward. Actually, you're getting a little bit concerned that you think it might be heading to Salvage.
Interesting.
Ooh, that's okay.
And you begin to quicken your pace at the last leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are
But
you
as you seem to get closer as well, the battery is clearly dying as well. So it's getting weaker and weaker and fainter as you go.
If you bring that up, by the way, Alvino has an idea which might power it a little more if it's battery, because she's also stupid and she has no idea if it'd work or not.
Oh,
You're
she's
gonna
gonna
throw
get a
lightning
couple of
at
lemons out.
I was gonna say red Arcanite dust, see if that powers it a little bit more, but it might just detonate it.
Just you know what? Try it. I've thought of that actually. I thought you might try something like that, so I have thought of it.
Yeah, Alvina doesn't know if it's running out of battery, so if the point brings it up, then she would, but she'd offer.
I'd bring it up to Zormir.
Yeah, I was about to say, would you bring it up to Alvina?
So, if Alvina happens to be in earshot when that happens.
Probably not terrible odds. I imagine Zormir's usually near the front with Alvina, so. I've got. If it needs a power, didn't this stuff work to power the red Arcanite? Used to power the golem thing. It might help.
Worth a shot.
Wait, what?
Does it work like that?
What kind of Arcanite are we trying to use here?
The stuff in my back. Where do you think we get this Arcanite from? It's in the back. It's in the pouch. We've always
You
had
keep
it.
using my packs.
It's not. Don't worry. I basically just put it out every day before the long rest. So you got plenty last night.
What does red Arcanite do again?
It is the empowering
The
Arcanite.
fire one.
It's the fire one that powers stuff. Is what I know it does.
Might work. I don't know.
That's why it's like it might work.
Yeah, we do literally want it to power something, so
Yeah.
worth a shot.
I mean,
It
I
often
have
uses
energy
batteries.
cells that I use for my weapon, but I don't know if it hook up to it very well.
I take a huge handful and just
How huge?
one full meal's worth.
Okay.
So whatever that would be.
It's not a lot. You don't put a lot of seasoning on a meal.
Yeah, it's
Like
like
a handful. It's like a
Especially
pinch
a
of salt.
spice.
yeah, it's enough for a meal essentially. It's like, I don't know what it counts as. It's very non-specific.
It is a teaspoon of salt.
Yeah. It's
And
enough,
no more.
Yeah, it's enough to explode a small slime if it eats it. That's what we know. And enough to be used as pocket sand. That's about it. Yeah, so she'll put that and dust it on top of the Dragon Ball and see what happens. And she'll also take a step back because it might explode.
As you do so, it seems to kind of vibrate a little bit as suddenly you see little sparks coming off it and a little bit of smoke rising from it. You're pretty sure you short-circuited it
Well, fair enough.
as it lays dormant and stops pulsing.
Well, I killed it. Sorry.
It's okay, I'll fix it when we're back to salvage.
But as you do approach and you get into the tunnels before salvage, going through the Shades cross site and kind of spotting the watchtowers, which I'm no doubt one of you will wave to.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Do we
As
hear a
you
scream
enter
from any of the
into the
watchtowers?
cave network that leads to salvage that you were previously blindfolded through.
Or in Alvina's case, held her hands over
Hands
her
over
eyes.
the eyes.
Abigail easily leads your way through this. She's been through 100 times and knows how to traverse the cave system and avoid the various traps the rebellion have put in place to deter anyone. But as you do so, you start to hear strange shuffling sound of something lurching through the dark corridors around you, echoing off. You're not entirely able to get a direction, and I'm assuming as the party kind of moves forward, letting Abigail lead with the rest of the survivors a little bit further back, just in case something does pop out at you.
Yeah.
You can hear something in the distance. One of you give me a perception check. Whoever has the highest.
Probably, I'll take that.
I think it's Gwent.
Yeah, Alvina's got okay one, but it's, I'm assuming, not entirely just distance on sight, so it's probably Gwent.
It is not Sid at all.
I've got a +5, but I just don't get a lot of negatives and can do ones that nobody else can. That's all Alvina's special for.
That's a bad roll.
That's a bad roll for Gwen, yeah. But still
No,
20.
yeah.
Oh, 20.
13, bloody hell.
Oh yeah, Gwent's great at it. They're a coward, remember, and they're a cleric, so they've got good wisdom.
Yeah.
So
I'm
it's what
used to looking around and legging it.
Yeah, it's
Right.
Gwent's thing.
You're very able to easily triangulate the shuffling as you pinpoint it to be just down the corridor to your right there, close to the entrance, but a little bit off. What would you like to do? What would you like to tell the party?
Albina, go look down the corridor. It's coming from there. Be quiet.
Okay.
But quiet.
Yeah, that's what she should say. Okay. Just that was it. Dead answer. And she will hop off. She'd creep towards that kind of area, essentially.
Yes, Lou, go ahead and have a long rest. To everyone have a long rest. You did long rest. But to
I thought we did, but I just wanted to make sure.
But yes, Alvina, go ahead and give me a perception check as you try and... more importantly, Alvina, are you attempting to stealth your way towards whatever this creature is?
I would.
Give me a stealth check first to see as you approach, and then give me a stealth.
Ooh!
I really did get 7 years bad luck with that,
Yep.
with like smashing a mirror, didn't I? Okay, there's the natural one stealth.
I'm just going to assume that fails.
I'm assuming it does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the natural one plus I see it,
Oh.
whatever it was.
As
I mean, you got both nats.
Why
I
didn't
mean,
you just
it-
say
Whatever it is, you do see it, but I imagine it
It sees you.
coming a mile off and run. Yeah.
Why did she just face plant there?
Yeah, just walk into the wall and crunch into it.
That's fair. But as you do glance a brief glimpse off it before it runs away at the sudden like smack of something against the wall. James, would you like to describe to Alvino what they see?
As it sort of takes a massive leap and bounds about 25, 30 feet in the air, a monstrous figure, about 7 or 8 foot tall, about 4 or 5 foot wide, like pretty hench and pretty broad. But even at this distance, you can tell that the 7 foot is still hunched. Much of what you can see, though, is covered in just tattered black cloak. But with the with the nat 20.
The nat 20, perfect vision, doesn't get any downsides for light.
Yeah.
You get all that stuff.
With the nat 20, it looks misshapen. Like, as it leaps, you catch a glimpse as the cloak flies backwards over its very mismatched shoulders. One of them is gargantuan and is bigger than probably one of your own arms. The other is much smaller, kind of weak-looking, made of almost jets of flame as it sort of flaps that arm and glides forward about 40 or 50 feet and just takes off springing and dodging and
fleeing.
Running the fuck away.
Yeah. It's clearly skittery.
Can I...
You clearly scared it with your nat 1 stealth.
But my nat 1 stealth of, like, full on, I imagine it was like full sprint up to the wall, like, to, like, get into cover and to peek around, but I accidentally do it too hard and just crunch the wall. And there's the impact crater. Yeah, and she's like, can I roll survival to see if I know what the fuck I just saw?
Yes, go ahead and give me a survival check.
12? Not a great roll, but...
A monster!
It reminds you of maybe a golem. It's the best you can kind of think of in your history as an adventurer.
Okay.
Definitely something not uniform.
Okay, some sort of...
More hodgepodge.
Some sort of creation, essentially. Like, this isn't a natural... Or at least looking at it isn't a natural thing. Or...
Creation in disguise.
Interesting.
But for 12, that's all you get.
Yeah, that's fair. Well... It ran away.
Yeah, because I said stealthy.
Look, I didn't know the wall was that fragile.
I didn't know the wall was that fragile. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
What would
I
what
see a
would
handhold. Don't worry, I'll grab that handhold. Oh no, wait, it's just a hole in the wall because it's weak. Crunches
would
like
you like to
scared, I
attempt
would
to
have
give
told fuck
chase?
you.
I think you're one of the few people that might be able to keep pace with it. What's your speed, Alvina?
Alvina's speed is 45.
Oh, I think you actually, James,
Gwen
that'll
should be
pace
able
you.
to keep pace.
Yeah,
Can fly.
Gwent is 80.
Has a fly speed.
But is it more than 45?
It is 60.
Okay. I only care if it's more or less.
Yeah, it's like, I'll eventually catch
Okay.
it. Otherwise,
Uh,
Gwent can catch it, but Alvina can't.
So, Alvina, as you, what would you like to? Would you like to attempt to begin giving chase, only to have it kind of get further and further away from you as you chase it through the tunnels, or would you like to go back and report what you've seen first?
No, I'll definitely go back and just report what I've seen. Like, Alvina's like, was something weird. It ran away. I'll tell people, and we can keep an eye out for it later. Is what her thoughts really are for it.
I mean, it could be bad or it could be good that it ran away.
Yeah, it could just be some person who lives here. Is Alvina's though? I don't know. I didn't meet everyone in the rebellion. It could genuinely just be a person. If it's not a person, they'll want to know. But
Did you describe what they look?
yeah, she will decide what they look like.
Abby, does anything like that ring a bell?
Kind of shakes her head. I don't know, maybe Jam playing a trick on you?
It
They
might be
shouldn't know what's
Jam.
coming.
It might be
This
Jam.
is the amazing jam!
Just out of the bag. Just Assassin literally hasn't said anything but to yell jam angrily.
Yeah, Jam! Just a fist shaking outside the back.
Think
Yeah.
that was
Yeah, that's,
funny, Jam?
I can see Jam seeing me and running away because he doesn't want to explain things to me again. I totally get that.
Let's get back to the
Yeah,
encampment.
let's keep an eye out for it, and we'll ask
As
Jam
you
when
as
we
you
get
move
there.
forward, having this strange encounter at the back of your minds, you finally arrive in Salvage as Abigail does the necessary procedure to open the entryways. The two massive rock faces slide opening, revealing the cavern of Salvage before you. As you walk in, there are already marauders there with blankets and quilts, as the slaves are kind of allowed to take their time to enter. And as you can see, the marauders aren't rushing to meet them; they're waiting patiently. It seems the settlement has had experience in bringing ex-slaves kind of gently into the settlement. There seems to be practice here, a procedure to it.
Yeah.
And as the slaves kind of take a step forwards, witnessing Noid civilization out in front of them, seeing the massive colored mismatched tents sewn back together and kept, and they can hear the bustle of the town kind of, while even in a cavern, not really echoing, but still giving that kind of
Hubbub.
slight background noise, a hubble of civilization and safety. They begin to, each of them, take their steps forward and accept the blankets and the flasks of water and be kind of ushered into the settlement. You can see part of the marketplace is actually being shifted aside to allow a non-cluttered passageway to the north towards the settlement area.
Alvina gives encouraging smiles as far as they are, if anyone looks kind of nervous about it, which might terrify them, but she's trying to be encouraging.
I'd like to think Zippy just zips into there and grabs his drink and just sitting down there and already telling his stories of how he survived the cave.
I imagine Zippy's just dove into the freaking pool.
And is just telling all his stories of how he survived this.
I slew this Oni!
But as you guys are kind of coming into town, watching all of this kind of just take place around you, you can see Abigail's kind of being taken aside by an older-looking figure, a human, maybe in his mid to late 20s, and they seem to be kind of arguing silently with each other while still going about kind of doing work, but there's definitely tension in the air. And Zormir and Alvina, you kind of feel a shiver run down your back as you can feel very stern eyes watching you from the northeast, almost burrowing a hole in your souls.
Alvina,
yeah.
Let's go.
Where?
Up this way. Follow me. We're going to have a word with the warden.
Okay. Alvina's like hands on hips, just quite happy with how the situation's going. She's used to being glared at by people.
But as all this unveils, we're going to move the scene along, and we're going to take a quick 5-second break there before we return to things having settled down, the slaves kind of being thingied in, the tail end of the warder having a very civilized discussion with Zormir and Alvina, as one does. The rest of the party having a chance to kind of you're not being watched or guarded at the settlement, and you're kind of allowed to go wherever you want. Nobody. There's still strange looks here and there, but more of curiosity and maybe even a little bit of fascination, rather than wariness.
Can I
you're
say?
Able to go to the town.
Can I say Alvina high fives the small fangirl that there is, like on the way past? Because there is that one.
And later on, as the party is kind of moving around, you occasionally hear from overtail from guards of saying there's rumors about that there's a strange creature that's been occasionally spotted living in the tunnels in the last day. That kind of calls you back to your previous encounter of that strange creature Alvina mentioned. But yes, that's where we're going to take a 5-second break. I'm going to replenish my water, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, be right back.
Okay. Everybody's going for the break. So what are we going to discuss?
We could talk about Bruno.
About what?
About Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Oh, do we not? Sorry.
Oh, great. I'm really glad that we've decided to go for those memes.
That's going to age well.
Banhammer is coming for us, and the crow has it.
I'm sorry, I have the banhammer. If your memes or jokes are stale, that's it, banhammer. All of you, all at once. One strike and all of you are out.
She's just got the ban rocket hammer. She's just reinharding it round. You're sent flying.
Form of dread.
Form of dread. Damn it. I heard that. Dread form.
You heard nothing.
I know what a dread form is. I have a dread form.
No, you don't.
I have 2 characters with dread form.
Nah.
Including fucking my shadow elf.
I'm not so sure you do. You don't know what I'm talking about. I could be writing up some other character.
I'll pretend I didn't hear the word dread form.
You didn't.
Next character.
It's 2 words.
Yeah.
Do. Monster's clearly a threat. We'll have to kill it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or you could adopt it.
Adopt what? I don't need
it. You'd have to make sure you're cute enough. And dread form doesn't sound cute. That thing doesn't sound cute enough.
Dread form's it's a different thing. I'm writing up another character. I'm writing up TR's thing.
Is it adorable enough? Adorable means many things for Alvina, remember?
I was gonna say, if assassin is included in adorable, then we have to expand the definition.
Yeah, Alvina, the things that Alvina's found adorable so far has been Emmy, which is a small shrub with feet. Assassin.
Guys, like I said, this is for TR's thing, and it's a dogkin. It looks like a chihuahua.
Oh, kill it.
Yeah, okay, that does have a dread form, yeah.
Kill it and eat it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I haven't decided what I want to play for that.
I think I'm going Herringon.
Herringon. Rabbit!
I ain't going to rabbit.
If we've got a dogkin and a rabbitkin, I might just bring back cribbage. Level 10 now.
No, be a kitsune. Find a kitsune stuff.
Yeah. Is this for the in-person one? IRL one?
In person, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going for a ice mage. Genasi.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a fun one. The ice mage stuff is really fun, as I found.
We've yet to decide.
Rhymes binding ice. Really cool new spell.
I have a character in mind if I can
get there in time, and if not, I'll need to message a couple days before just to be like, nope, no one's betting on a shift change. So.
Yeah, I have a concept, but I've no idea how to translate that into class.
That's fair. That's the hardest bit, yeah.
Since I'm not going to be there, you can message me for it, and I can come up with a class for you if you like. Because I'm not able to make it, because it turns out it was on the Saturday when I thought it was on the Friday for some reason.
Which I've had to give him.
Obviously, yeah.
I've had to give him what my character's doing.
Yeah, that was what we had to do before. We had to figure out what because
and you decided you were dying again.
Because Shadow Elf is not going to be in the next Get an episode to put you behind the curtain because they're away. So doing this. So they're gonna have to suffer without you, and your constant dying.
I can't die if I'm not there.
You managed to. Don't worry, you died 3 times last session. It's fine.
Yeah, and that was for me staying out of the way.
You were wedged onto a wall, and the others just stood in front of you as the skeletal dragon obliterated the area. That was a very fun fight. I'm very happy with how that boss fight went. Terrified the shit out of the party.
Yeah, that thing was.
It was a minion.
Oh no, I know. Sorry, I just realised exactly the right class for the character that I was thinking of.
That was why I was like, I can probably figure one out for you if you can't. It's always a class for it.
The thought was they have a specific type of ancestor worship. So there's just a barbarian class that is that.
Yeah, there literally is. The zealot.
Yeah.
That's one.
There's one of them where literally ghosts of your ancestors show up.
And Ancestral Spirit, yeah.
Ancestral Guard. Played that one. Ancestral Guardians one is really fun, yeah.
I love all 3 of them.
I'll message DR about it.
The 3 from Xanathar's Guide, which is what those 3 are. Those 2, and then there's the Elemental one. The Elemental one is hilarious, having played one. It's not that good compared to the other 2, but my god is it funny. I played one who basically... I asked if I could flesh out a maul as a pair of gauntlets, and basically played like a Super Saiyan.
Nice.
It's the fire one, so you just erupt into flames whenever you rage. And do guaranteed damage. Weirdly enough, that one. Which caused me to self-destruct a large area at one point, because I didn't realise that we were standing in a flammable area. And, yeah, it turns out when you ignite 30 feet square around you, all at the same time, and each 5 foot increases the damage by a d6.
Nice.
It's, yeah, it was pretty funny. I did one-shot the boss with it, though.
Nice.
I also one-shot myself. Or would have, if I hadn't been resistant to it, I would have one-shot myself as well.
All right, is everyone back? Is everyone here?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm here.
If you're not here, raise your hand.
If you're not here, say here.
Yeah.
Oh, great, everyone's here. All right, very sure I heard everyone's voices there. Okay, shall we get started?
Aye.
Yep.
Back into
Commence
the show.
Commence the show.
Commence back to Alterra.
Commence with the content.
Okay, so we take this. We pick back up from the points scene as the points point of view is the point as you kind of catch up to Alvina and Zormir, who are kind of speeding off ahead of you. The warder leading the way back to the tent. You can kind of. They're definitely saying something, and you can make up words here and there, but. They're at such a distance and there's such a hubbub of noise around you that it's difficult to discern. Alvina and Zormir, as you're walking with the warder, give me a wisdom saving throw. Against the fear condition.
Against fear, I need to see if I've got anything for fear. Don't think I do, but it's worth checking.
22.
Nice.
Was 1 away from a natural 20.
Oh, I
Yeah,
also
19.
just realised I should have had advantage for that stealth earlier. Whoops. I have that cloak on still.
Too late.
Yeah, I know. It's funnier
It's
this
more
way, don't
comical.
It's
Yeah.
funnier this way, I'm fine with it. Yep, don't have anything against fear. That's my other character that has something against fear.
But the point, as you catch up as the
That probably
warder is
failed.
entering the tent, as you kind of step through the tent, you're not quite sure what happened in the couple seconds where they vanished from your line of sight and you reappear. But as you enter, you can see Zormir's a little bit more paler, but appears to be okay. But as you glance over at Alvina, she is visibly shaking, the blood drained from her face.
That's just the wound she's had.
As the warder kind of
Anemic.
shuffles his clothes around, straightens up. I'm glad we've come to an understanding.
Oh fuck! It was him.
As the rest of the party enters into the tent after the point. All right, welcome back, everyone. Shall we let the discussions begin?
Yes.
Tell us the tale of what you've done, and let us see what reward is suitable. And I'm not going to ask you to actually recant the tales of the adventure.
Yeah.
We've all
blah
lived
blah
it,
blah
we've
blah
all
blah
been
blah
there.
blah 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 blah.
Yada yada
Ah.
yada. This thing happens.
We tell him to watch however many videos on the World of Alterra channel.
Yeah.
So
Like 27.
Watch
Oh,
the
what-
last 5 World of Alterra videos and you'll see.
But you retell the tale to the warden. There is discussion. He agrees that saving these freeing the slaves is sufficient enough to give you the ship. He still informs you the mechanical aspects of if you steal the ship from Ironcore, you will still be able to go to Bastion and actually meet with the leader if you want to be more in. But you're no longer bound to salvage with your ship. You're free to take it and also gain access to Foldrin and his crafting cave children.
Yay!
Hmm.
But yeah, Alvina
If you would
will,
like to do repairs and stuff to the ship.
Alvina will still be like, oh yeah, we're definitely going to Bastion, right, guys?
Well, to Ironcore and then to Bastion.
Oh yeah, but sorry, I got them mixed up.
Um,
The place
I've
that we
just-
were intending to go with the fireplace.
I've
Yes.
just become a non-political prisoner of this place, and you're saying we're going to go to the bigger bit of this.
We don't
Oh.
even know why you're a political
Yeah,
prisoner.
we just kind of picked you up.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to not go there.
We're going to the fireplace first.
But we can discuss that a little bit more later. I believe the point had information they wanted to discuss with the warder and the party.
So the point wanted to get to the warder before he got to Zorma and Alvina, but
Unfortunately, that is not
yeah,
possible.
unfortunately, didn't happen.
Yeah, he had words to say with the two people that take some form of command in this.
You can wait till the party leaves and then have
Yeah,
a-
I'll wait till the party leaves and have a private
Yeah.
chat with them.
I'd probably say my greater idea of plans for
Someone's
Strength and
drinking
annoyed.
into their microphone.
Yeah, who's nosing your mic?
I don't know.
What do you
Yes.
think?
It's echoing for Neil, I think.
get
Bingo!
I would say my greater plans of strengthen the noise and find the weaker, the people who disagree with other things to bring into making everyone stronger. Because he doesn't feel like if we make ourselves as strong as the old days as years ago, we'll just make ourselves a target again.
And Alvina would bring up to the warder, yeah, I saw this weird abomination thing in your corridor, and just give a rough description of it.
He mentions that yes, he's aware. The
Okay.
guards have been reporting that. So far, the creature's not attacked anyone, so they've not been too concerned about it. But he does ask that if, while you are here repairing your ship, if you could investigate and look into it and see if the creature does pose a threat against the settlement, and if not, maybe see if it can be set loose or free from the cavern, so it's not scaring the children.
Yeah, sure thing.
I have another quick question.
Fun scary.
Do you know
That's Alvina's
how?
fun scary.
Do you know how he, the professor powers his dragon thing back up? If you ever seen it, his little
Weird
Clockwork.
pet.
Unfortunately, he mentions that it's beyond him. Maybe Foldrin would know, but The technology is localized to Bastion. They have much more sophisticated tech out there, especially experimental tech.
Okay. Point. That's your job then.
Okay. Oh.
You look after the weird clockwork ball.
Apparently, I have a lot of work to do and a lot of things to look into. And oh god, I've got a shopping list from literally Alvino.
Yes. Don't worry, I'll go with you for parts.
All off as we time skip a couple days.
Yeah, time skip.
As Zormir, you have access to Curio 3 as well as Fuldrin and his children, who specialize in the various engineering techniques required to bring up to scratch. Now, you find that their technique and technology and knowledge may not be as quite advanced from a shipyard you're used to in original main sphere Alterra, but that with a little bit of guidance here and a little bit of improvising, you are able to get the ship in a working enough order. It isn't completely fixed. It will effectively start out as bloody but functional. Which, after the session, I will talk to you about the shipbuilding part of the the game, but that is a bookkeeping thing in between things.
Yeah.
As a random
Plenty of duct tape.
As a random bit, as just the one point before that, are we able to put the ball repair thing on the ship?
The ball repair. Oh yes,
Oh.
there is options to upgrading the ship, various ship rooms to include items that you have discovered, equipment that you discover, and trophies that you gain throughout the campaign.
Yeah,
the ship is upgradable. I'm still working on that portion of it.
That was basically going, can we get the ball attached to the ship now? Essentially.
Yeah, I mean it's small enough to go in the ship. It's large, but it's not like it's not larger than a room.
Yeah, cool. Basically, I was just checking if we can get that sorted now because it's the
Look,
only thing.
there's a compartment for the Hydras. You can get the ball on.
Awesome. We got a Hydra.
The ship is decently large. It is a transport ship, which is why there aren't actually any weapons currently on the ship.
Yeah, because we were going to attach one and then we lost it.
Yep, but the ship is upgradable, and you can upgrade it with weapons and defenses as you go forward in the campaign, as it is effectively your mobile HQ for all intents and purposes. And you can dock it at various cities and upgrade it and supply it. You can come to salvage with the dwarf children to get it upgraded. As the party is leaving the warder's tent, the point you are able to kind of step back and kind of let the rest of the party leave as you turn to talk with the warder. I will leave it up to you if you want to actually roleplay this out as a scene, or if you want to have a private conversation for the background, and we can discuss that after the session.
I'll try and roleplay it out.
Oh, nice.
That's right. It's mostly if you want the other players to know.
Yeah, if you want us.
Yeah.
Oh no, the other players can know about this bit.
Then,
I have other secret things to do later. So once the party's gone, the point will turn to the warder and say, "Listen, I don't know what kind of agreement you just came to with Alvina and Zormir, but I do want to say you shouldn't be making any sort of agreement without Abigail's input. She has saved our lives enough times that we would be dead without her. And sometimes you have to let them forge their own path. I know none of us, except maybe fuck you, would let her die. She is safe with us." And then we'll turn and leave.
I'd 100% agree with that.
I would also agree with that, yeah.
I just turned to leave.
I
Doesn't
wouldn't.
say anything.
Fuck you wouldn't.
You feel him watching your back, but his face is still a mask from emotion. You're still not entirely sure what this man is feeling. He seems to be really good at just obscuring his emotion.
Okay.
You hear an immense splash because Alvina has just dove straight into the creek.
Yeah.
She wants a bath. She's covered in intestines of everything still. She wants a fucking bath.
Yeah, that's what I want to do with the water. Well, maybe a few days later I'll go back and ask about the other things I want to find out, but at this point...
We've got time skip time, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's it, time skips.
That's fine. The rest of the party disperses through the city for all intents and purposes. You have a couple days. I'm not going to worry too much about the exact number. Especially because you will gain additional travel time with the ship movement. Effectively cuts your travel time by a third. since it moves a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
But you have a couple days to rest up and do things in the settlement while your Zormir is preparing the repairs of your ship, including decorating the ship, which you can also do once I finalize the ship stuff, which I did not
Go
have enough
fast
time to get done
stripes.
for this section.
We need to paint it red because then it'll go even faster.
Flames on it.
But yeah,
I'll role play the thing I have for that
actual
later.
flames on it.
But after a couple hours, the party eventually reunites, having relaxed a little bit, maybe bought some supplies. I'll let you guys do all this during. Effectively, you'll get a couple days downtime before we go on the next adventure. But as you reunite, Alvina, you hear a strange beeping sound again as the Clockwork Dragon appears to be rebooting.
Oh, I unbroke it. Point.
The point is immediately there.
I unbroke it.
Holding it up, wobbling it around.
Tapping it.
All right, James,
Is this-
what does this do?
Oh,
Once it's
this
rebooted?
was this in the middle of the night?
It's like evening.
It can be in the middle of the night if you'd like it to be in the middle of the night.
Yes, during trances.
Alvina's
sleeps.
like just woken up by a beeping and goes,
Yeah.
God damn, wait a minute. Oh, it's working again. Point.
Press the snooze button.
She was about
Okay,
to
a little bit further.
raise
Basically.
While you guys are all trying to rest, having settled into the settlement, done whatever you needed to, and then kind of taken some sleep, some well-deserved rest in an actual settlement and not just out in the wilderness.
Alvin's got a new pile of leaves.
Alvina, you hear beeping, and anyone who is sharing your tent.
And I don't. There's one person who might be sharing my tent. I'm not sure if they are. So.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, so think BB-8 from Star Wars. There's like the light blinks on. There's a slow whirling at this point, like a not quite the dial-up modem from the 90s, but it's more like curious whirs and clicks, and it just sort of unrolls itself at this point. The thing stops spinning. The antenna stops spinning. It seems to beep a couple of times, and then the red light sort of clicks slightly, flashes silver, and then turns blue, and it sprouts its legs and begins to skitter off.
Okay.
I follow.
Yeah, but it's follow. I'd have kicked your tent door because I know you cared about the robot dragon as well. So I'll wake you up for it. I go. It's bugging off.
It's moving pretty quickly towards.
I'll pick point up so he can definitely keep up with it.
Yeah, how quickly is quickly?
Yeah.
About 30 feet.
Yeah, a reasonable travel distance for this.
Yeah,
this dragon.
it's moving. It's moving movement speed.
Slightly faster than the point then.
Slightly faster than the point, but not as fast as you.
Yeah, I'm twice. I'm quite fast. So I'll pick
But
the point
if
up.
I'm falling too far behind,
yeah.
the point is 30 feet movement as well, but I will cast fly if I need to.
And it's moving in the direction.
Points exercise, but
it's moving in the direction of where you first met the professor in their lab. The light is off.
We didn't first meet the professor.
The point has never been there.
We met them in the water's cave.
Where you first saw the professor's lab. So towards the lab there. The light's off, but there must be like a desk lamp on.
I don't think Alvina either went there either, actually.
I think the first time we saw them,
We saw
the
them-
professor was
it's heading
when they
towards a
had
darkened-
assassin prisoner.
It's heading towards a darkened room, a darkened building, but there's like a faint bluish flickering going on in there. Some kind of smoke drifting out from below. It skittles in. Follow it.
Yeah. Is it like gonna crawl through a cat flap or something?
The door's slightly ajar. There's the bluish light flickering on.
Okay. I open the door.
Yeah, and you see it.
I'm being carried.
Yeah, you are. You're being in one hand.
Yeah, you see the dragon skitter in and crawl towards a hunched, cloaked figure, half slumped, half formed, hunched, still, looking at the lab, looking at the bluish flickering lights and machines and the smoke of like really, really atmospheric dry ice you don't know where it's coming from.
I never would anyway. I just assume this room has got a kettle that's been boiling for too long.
Yeah, but it is weirdly standing, this figure, completely still. Not even that sort of breathing movement that one would have of the shoulders going up and down. It is completely stock still. As the dragon sort of skitters up to its leg, sort of that the light goes silver and blue again, and it chirrups happily, and it begins sort of tapping on this thing's leg. It leans down and extends an enormous, fleshy, reddish, you think, just red-skinned hand towards it, and it skitters onto the hand, and this thing looks down at it from beneath its massive cloak.
So I just glance at the point for a moment and go, hi?
Yeah, is this the thing you saw earlier?
I'm assuming it looks like the thing I saw earlier, right? Or is it a different shape now?
It looks exactly the same.
Cool, that's what I was checking. I was wondering if it was
it is the thing.
Cool. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, yeah.
On the point, this is Alvina.
Howdy. Sorry about scaring the crap out of you earlier.
It doesn't look round immediately. Beer.
Beer?
Beer.
Do you have any beer?
I'm gonna assume I got my alchemy jug back. So
scared me earlier. Fear.
Oh, fear.
Oh, not beer. You sure you don't want a beer though? Make him a beer in any case.
Yes, I've already started pouring it.
Make him a beer already.
I found a clean beaker and just
rinsed it out.
From where it was kneeling, looking down at the clockwork dragon, it begins to stand up, and even though it's still hunched, it is hunching. It is 6 foot tall. As it rises up even taller, it is how tall are you, Alvina?
Alvina's 6 foot. Alvina's 6 foot.
So as it rises up pretty much to still hunching,
it's taller.
It is taller than both of you, and it looks round, and you see it must have once been a person's face. There is the ruined remains of a snout, maybe slightly elongated at one point perhaps, but completely rotted away so that bone is visible on one half of its face. Flesh sort of decays on the other half, vaguely half formed, but one eye socket is just completely black. Flickering shadows are in there. While the other, there is a familiar for you point, flickering of silver, and then as this eye looks round at you, it's silver, and then it clocks Alvina, and it immediately becomes this deep blood red, and it charges at you, Alvina, this figure.
Okay.
The point will try and throw himself in between.
It's going to bat you aside and attempt to grab Alvina by the throat.
Okay.
And toss her across the room.
Okay, I attempt to grab you by the throat and do the same thing.
Awesome. Yes.
And then I see where this is going. It's like, okay, BAM!
Anger.
Bring it, bitch.
So going back to Chris's point of your character just gelling with the party.
Hey, this might still be gelling with the party. I can see this. I've got an idea of what's happening.
Frankly, I just need James to go along with the party goals. The main problem was that they always had side things that distracted.
Yeah. Alvina is going to naturally just rage because she can do that immediately, which is a great thing about being a barbarian.
I also rage.
Nice.
Ooh.
No, I don't.
Oh.
You get mad, but you don't rage.
22.
Ooh. Yeah. Damn. Oh,
James wants to go melee to melee with the strongest character in the group.
I could have guidance.
Their own death.
Hold on. Damn, I just raged.
You could match me at max.
Hold on. Hold the phone. I'm going to use my knowledge from a past life. When you make an ability check that uses a skill, roll a d6.
Can you do that as well as guidance?
Yes. I can just use it 4 times, so I do succeed with a 20 something.
Interesting.
So this
24.
creature is unnaturally strong, and it's grabbed you, and you fought Oni multiple times.
Yes.
The arm that it grabs you with is clearly an Oni's arm, but it doesn't have the torso of a red Oni. At least it looks to be red, like a red dragon or something similar, and its other arm is seemingly wreathed in this black smoke. Yeah. Chris, I hand it back to you guys.
Yeah.
I've done the thing that it wanted to do, as it says to you. Fear, anger, and death are what I remember. And I remember you. Alvina, you killed me. You destroyed me.
Good to know. You're going to have to be more specific.
As it goes to chuck you.
Okay.
As for a second, Alvina, you see almost a spectral mask, a face, kind of appear over this creature. An image of a white skull, puff of smoke blowing from them. You get a chill of death wash over you before the feeling vanishes. And then the face also flickers away as James, your character feels suddenly calm, this voice at the back of your head whispering to you, no. It's not
But she
this one
must.
time yet.
She must.
No. They are needed.
Yay.
Their death is already predetermined.
I would bet on that.
Today.
I would bet on that, yes.
Assassin would.
Put it down, you beast. Let them live.
Squeeze for but a second and then let go.
Let's squeeze back, because I'm assuming I'm being held off the ground, but I've still got my hand around your throat as well.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, it was
can we
close
talk
thing.
this out? Can we talk this out?
I guess.
So,
who the fuck are you? Apparently I've killed you before.
Alvina?
Yes?
I think this might be the ghost of the professor.
He's not a ghost, he's got arms. And a body.
He's corporeal.
But it walks away from both of you and goes back to looking at its lab, as if deep in thought.
Professor, are you in there? Can you, I don't know, wave if you're in there?
Also, if you're the professor, I didn't kill the professor.
Well, proxy.
They were already dead.
This creature doesn't
acknowledge
either of what you said.
Oh no, Alvina was talking to the point. He was like, well, I didn't kill the professor.
There's
Point,
something
check.
to discuss there. Is that me or Alvina?
Yes, the point, give me an insight. We all know Alvina doesn't have the insight.
I have one insight, it's not the worst.
That's a natural one.
Can I please, can I have an insight? It's not a negative.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. There's always a chance you roll a nat 20.
Yay! I got a lower roll without it!
That's even worse.
It's worth a check.
You have no idea what this thing's deal is. They didn't recognize anything the name. They didn't seem to react to the professor, but other than that, you're not entirely sure. You need more knowledge.
It's clearly not the professor.
Sir, what can we call you?
Everything is gone. I don't know who I was. It's all just faded.
Okay.
All of it? Because obviously you remember...
You remember
I'm not going to bring that up.
But, yeah, I'm
do you remember anything else?
Yeah. Do you remember where? Do you actually know where you are?
I remember I lived here.
Okay.
This was my lab.
Whose house did we break into?
I
Do you
will-
know?
I have no idea. I figured since the dragon came here, it was the professor's, but obviously that's not the professor. So
Alvina has a scan around the room to see if there's anything that says like property of the professor or something to that effect.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Oh, this is gonna go fantastically. I went a lot better than expected.
It's okay.
With a -2, I'll take it.
Higher than normal. Yeah.
I don't know. You find a lab coat that just a little tag saying "property of the professor."
Yeah, I guess the professor lived here, or this was his storage unit, but he probably lived here.
I really just like an idea of like a lab coat that has like the inside stitching like you get on like primary school
Yeah, I was
uniforms.
imagining the same shit.
Like, but it's property of the professor.
It's in
instead.
binary as well.
Or like a novelty mug with like #1 professor on it.
#1 prof. I can imagine with that. Okay.
I lived here. I experimented on things.
Do you recognize this lab coat? They hold it up.
Goes to try and put it on, but it doesn't fit. It's too small.
It's too small for one arm and too big for the other one, right?
The point will indicate the dragon and just say, "This seems to remember you. What do you remember about it?"
Looks at it, and it looks back, and there's like a wee port that opens on its back, and the professor's eyes sort of
They're not professor's eyes.
sorry, not the eye on this creature focuses in on it, and it goes to almost instinctively pull out a thing from its pocket, and it pulls out a small like a tinker's, like a screwdriver, and it goes to tinker, and it conveys suddenly flashing in front of all of you like on a TV show, like images of the professor and this creature as they work together and solve problems and travel and take note of various flora and fauna of this world. And all that swirls up in the air, and this creature looks up at it. I traveled with this creature. I know you. You're part of me. And it does a little twirl on the spot, as if of a little doggo happy to see its owner.
I was about to say, did the thing did a duel on the spot or the dragon? That was very important to what I think.
The dragon did a twirl on this creature's hands. You're part of me, of my soul, right? And it nods.
Don't eat it. I don't think it's edible.
No. It is. I feel it is my companion. Are we companions? Addressing the point. Do it showed we traveled.
Not as... I don't have a portion of your soul in the traditional sense, but...
I have a portion in the non-traditional sense? I mean, look...
You travelled in the same party.
I'm a musician. I deal in metaphorical soul transfer. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
This device, I seem able to communicate with it. There is a larger device which can restore my memories in another place.
Where?
Note to self: prevent character from getting that by any means necessary.
I forget the name of it.
Bastion?
It is
Bastion.
Bastion.
It's like, I'm assuming it's Bastion.
Yeah.
Maybe, but I think it'd be better if your character
Bastion.
you didn't have exactly the right idea yet. Give a little bit more mystery there. You have to find it on your travels.
Yeah, we could probably figure out, because there's something indicating this might be Professor. The Professor mentioned stuff about Bastion.
The memories
And we'll help
are
jog your
gone.
memory.
If you can help me get there, I will help you, and I may gain memories in the traveling.
Alright.
That would be
What
good.
is your name?
I am.
Small musician.
Smally musician.
Call me the point.
Do the grandstand. Do your grandstand. I poke.
Yeah, you can call me the point, and a very timid pose.
Aww.
It is nice to meet you, the point. Again?
I guess.
It is nice to meet you again.
Question mark.
Rough.
Not a professor.
Yeah. We're gonna have to come up with a name for you.
Barnabas.
Lazarus?
Lazarus is not a bad one.
I like that, but it's not.
Yeah, that's why we keep coming up with random.
Too much.
Reveal your name. Take on your moniker.
Yeah.
I know you're made of a lot of junk. Maybe some rats.
I know,
No.
I know, I'm not there, but as a suggestion, for one of the players who is there, why don't you just keep trying out names for them, and eventually, when something sticks, they can go, "That's the one,"
Bill.
you know? Just keep trying them.
Bill.
Let's call you
Yeah.
the researcher.
Ooh, I
You know?
like that.
No.
For the sake of
Let's-
getting the scene to
yeah.
close.
It's fade. Just call me when my memories are faded, so fade is fine until they return.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That works.
The point returns. Should we wake everyone up or wait until morning?
I want to go back to bed.
Okay, and then fade to black.
I'll be the wonders back to a 10.
You're hilarious. I'm just imagining you guys placing Fade in front of Fukyu's bed.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
imagine that.
I don't need to sleep, so I just stand there unbreathing, unblinking, unsleeping the entire time.
If we leave you in the room,
Yeah.
we're just gonna shut the door.
Oh my
So Fade's an
god,
insomniac.
And then
that's
wander
so
all.
funny.
You're the freaking
Please.
undead race, right? Whatever the fuck they're called.
Hmm.
And
An undead insomniac.
or the lineage ones.
Yeah, it's more like that.
Yes.
It's like I know the race.
Reborn.
I know. Yeah, that was it. I knew there's a race for it. I just can't remember what it's called. But I know the one.
Yes. Grandpa.
All right, next.
Yeah.
But yes, eventually the characters will meet the Fade, and you guys can have your own opinions on them. But in order to actually be on track for time, we're gonna end on the ship unveiling scene. But before then, you're each gonna have time to do a short vignette of your own during the 2 days downtime. So I'm going to give some quick thought to. Is there any particular scenes you want to do here? I think you guys had some suggestions already when I posed the question. But we're just going to go around and say, well, what do you guys want to focus on in the 2 days? What do you want to show the audience while the ship is getting repaired before we end on the ship? So we'll start with Alvina. Is there any scene you want to do?
Not particularly. Alvina wants to. Is I think going to do the stuff with Zomira as well. Like she's gonna go and supervise the shopping list that I believe Zomira was doing. That and to be just making friends again with the people that because she was helping out with a bunch of just random chores around the town because she doesn't need to sleep as much, so she needs to keep busy. So.
And to note, there can be multiple people to a scene, but each person, there's a scene owner, and the owner has to invite you. So, for example, if Alvina wants Zormir to be in their scene, fair enough, that's fine. But you can't inject yourself into somebody else's moment to shine.
Yeah, that's why I was going for the... If Zormir was fine with me being there for the shopping thing, if you're going to do that as your scene, then yes. Otherwise, Albina's just going to be doing stuff around town and helping out and being nice.
And for now, I can also you can also skip for now, and I'll come back to you after everyone else is seen, and if you come up with something. Otherwise, you can just say you want to do something, and you do it. Zormir, anything you want to flesh out?
For this part right now, probably just discussing things with the dwarfs and giving them some ideas of weapons or something. But for the rest of the stuff, I think it's going to have to be background stuff because I got a lot of things I need to do for people. Like Gwent wants things done, and everyone else wants things done.
Yeah,
for
that's why I
them.
was like, I think
Yeah,
our stuff
well,
can be
yeah,
done off
they say that.
screen.
Yeah, or no, you'll have a bunch of downtime. You can message me during the week to add stuff on. That's fine. This is more just what you actually want to give time in the limelight to actually flesh it and do stuff. Fuck you.
So fuck you is going to try to see if there's any like teachers or something along that lines, or in the camp, and he's going to try and get them to teach sort of common.
Oh, that'd be handy.
Probably starting with every swearing common, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Of course.
I mean,
Learn
all throughout the travel back to
elementals,
salvage, he's
learn
just
common.
There's elementals that do know common in the DM in the monster battles and things, so I assume so.
I think fire elementals no common.
You know, Pyron or Ignan, that's it, which is one of the primary.
You could definitely teach them to like understand it. Well, I was more curious if they could speak it ever. Maybe when they level up, but for now you can teach them how to understand because I don't want to worry about them having a voice and a
personality yet.
Well, they have a personality. They just talk in fiery wisps. They essentially dance talk because they talk Ignis. Fair enough, Gwent. You mentioned something about your god.
Yes, at some point I'm going to try to do a divination to contact my god to see if going to Bastion is a good idea.
Good job.
And apart from that, at some point I want to sneak around and find Squidge on its own.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, Squidge will just go about on their own a lot, so that'll be easy.
Okay, I'm going to try and slip Squidge something, and after it doesn't work, I'm just going to pour some water on it and then just walk away.
You're gonna try and drug a tiny, like, weird aberrant octopus?
Technical.
I
You
approve.
don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, TR just sent me what they're trying to give Squidge. That's fair. Yeah, no, they won't accept this. But they will be happy when you pour water on them.
So I've done my best.
You tried to.
Yeah, they'll make like
Luke
an affectionate noise with water.
He would just be in a nice open space, practicing the new spells he's learned.
That's fair. Assassin.
Hello.
There we go. Hello. Assassin, by all accounts, will be seemingly doing sneaky bullshit.
Ooh.
So they seem to be collecting some materials and getting some stuff together. I'll message Chris so they know what the vibe is. But yeah,
that's fine.
That's yep.
Yep. You guys will have maybe 5 minutes each. Sid.
Fade is gonna.
Fade
Yeah, Sid is gonna bug
Probably-
off somewhere.
Yeah, Sid's gonna meld into the background and become an NPC. Probably debrief with what's his chief, the face, the guy, the one in charge,
Boss man.
and yeah, the boss man.
Eden Charles.
And Fade is gonna move around the camp and try and remember things, trying to keep their face covered as well, because they're a monster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, Alvina will go and tell the warder that the weird thing might be the professor who came back from the dead as some weird monster.
So I have something to help with
Who
your
hates
fate
Alvina.
in a scene. In a scene.
The point.
So the point will be doing the research I messaged you about, which I'm still going to keep secret, and working on his invention, which hopefully, if I can finish it, will be. I'd like my scene to be delivering it.
Nice.
Yes, you can. So that's fine. Okay, we'll start with Alvina, who'd like to do some shopping with Zormir. So I assume you're inviting Zormir to the scene.
Yeah, pretty much.
This does not like prevent Zormir doing their own scene there. All right, so why don't you set up the scene for me then, Wolfie? You get me in charge of this for setting it up.
Oh, yay. So, at some point, Alvino basically grabbed Zoma and gone, right, so what are all the stuff we need? We need a lot of random things. What are we missing in the supplies? We're always missing something, which could come in handy. Can you think of anything?
Healing.
We could use healing.
Personally.
We could.
Personally.
I did drink all our healing potions, actually.
Personal healing, at least.
Yeah.
When you say our,
I drank every healing potion that anyone gave me and all the ones on myself. So.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone gave me any, but that was the thing I stated.
No, you also need to convince Zormir to upgrade the hold of the ship to have Hydra habitats.
Oh yeah, we also need terrarium stuff for the hydras.
I think some would still already be.
It would definitely some of it, but we need more. They're swamp hydras. We need something for swamp. All the other things we had were for forests or mountains.
Let's see what we can do. I mean, I don't know what they really have here that we can.
We'll find something.
As the two of you are wandering through the market stall, kind of just picking up things in here, those with whichever of you has the highest passive catch an adult female halfling following you from effectively the shadows. They're wearing clothes and accessory demeanors which suggest that they might be like a tavern server. They've got rolled up sleeves and an apron on, a tan skin with hazel eyes and wavy brown hair, a bit of grey streaked through it tied in a ponytail. They appear to be missing their right arm. You just see a sleeve kind of clenched closed on their right, as
16?
they are kind of weaving in between the marketplace, keeping a distance but watching you as you go to each stall.
You're 16?
16?
15. 15 with, like, no disadvantages for a lot of things. That's all I get. So, yeah, you're slightly...
Yep, you're...
Seems we're being followed by someone.
I turn around and look at whoever's following us.
Hello?
As you glance around, the figure is nonchalantly just looking over some mushrooms in a stall. Just talking with the shopkeep.
Shall we go talk to her?
Sure, why not? Imagine they're just shy. Most people would be, let's be honest.
Yes. I do quite understand that. We'll walk up to the person.
How do you interact with her? How do you break the ice?
Howdy.
Do you just stand there, or do you say hi?
Howdy.
Hello, ma'am.
Staring at them.
Nice.
The figure kind of turns, almost in a twirl, kind of throwing her left arm up with a smile plastered across her face. Oh, well, hello there, Erlwind Riverhopper. Stretches out her left arm to moves the kind of stub of her right arm as if to shake your arm, and just holds you empty air before kind of laughing at herself, like kind of doing the kind of finding her own joke funny, and then swiveling around with her
the
left
fake
hand
handshake.
Yeah, but with nothing there.
Yeah.
Shake the left hand. Yeah. I mean, Eleanor. With a big grin.
Yes, I'm aware. Your reputations precede yourself, and you're Zormir, correct? Captain of the... What was it you'd given the dwarves? Curio was the name?
Yes. Go and do this. Go and do the same shake the left, but drop the thing so my hand disappears and go.
Yeah, she giggles at this. I like you, Zormir. You're fun.
Yes. I mean, I could maybe teach you some adversary to help with that problem if you're planning to learn.
No, I've come to terms with it and worked around it. But I have a proposition for you. As she kind of turns back and kicks over a crate and then stands on it and twirls back to you.
She has some flair.
I like this
I'm Erwin Riverhopper. I'm in charge of markets and the communal entertainment areas here at Salvage. And I have an eye for the deal.
Okay.
Particularly a deal with you. Or at least with your party and your ship.
Okay.
Sounds interesting.
Now, I don't know how much you're aware of this, given that you are strangers in the strange land, at least from what I can tell. You're definitely not from around here, which makes you a novelty in an industry.
We have got so many natural ones this session.
But
This figured is
you,
appropriate.
in case you didn't already know, have one of the very few commercial ships.
Okay.
Yes.
All the others being requisitioned by the rebellion, and therefore are restricted to rebellion needs.
Okay. I don't know if Alvina's caught on, but I think I might have caught on something. Okay.
Now they're fine and dandy if you want basic shipments delivered, but I, Erwin Riverhopper, pride myself on filling our stalls with goods far and wide, eccentric and luxurious, not the bare necessities. The bare necessities of life are boring. I want spice. I want fruit I've never heard of. I want cloth from halfway across the cosmos.
Okay.
Alvina, food might be the difficult one for you to allow to get back here, but can you try at least?
I don't eat everything.
I know,
It
but
takes me a while.
she's asking for exotic.
I have some exotic stuff, probably.
Well, I don't mean like right now.
Oh, okay.
I was actually wanting to enter into a somewhat of a sponsorship deal. I give you a discount for the markets here and the bare necessities, and you sell any cargo that you receive and buy at other markets and sell it to me at a discount in return.
So
What kind
You
of
want to
discount?
hire
a
What kind of discount? Are we talking?
Mercantile. Well, that depends on how wide you plan on traveling and what you can return to me. I think a base 10% will start for now until you've proven yourself. After all, there is a chance you might just not ever return here.
That's fair. I'd say 10%, and 10% is actually fair as a starting price, right, Zomir? I mean, his glowing eyes bore into you.
I've certainly convinced a
Maniac.
friend here,
Oh, maniac.
and I do agree getting a discount and wares would be helpful, but do understand that we are effectively involving ourselves in rebellion matters to recover a ship, and then we don't know what we're doing beyond that, but we can definitely, maybe if everyone agrees, try and help you trade wares. If you can think of places that would benefit or have
Oh,
curiosities.
absolutely. I've already drawn up a map.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping to hear.
Now, from what my intel can gather, at least as much as I can divulge from Jab, that bugger's so slippery with the information.
Yep.
But, someone's so slimy, got an iron grip on all his secrets. Or all their secrets. I'm not quite sure what the hell they are.
No clue.
But I found several ports that I believe you'll be able to acquire the finest merchandise. Now, I do have to warn you, I don't know how hospitable they are to noise. But I'm sure you'll figure something out. I don't know, disguise yourself as monsters for all I care.
That's
Well,
actually a lot easier than you'd think.
What I care about is that you purchase goods from foreign markets and return them to me.
Well, I am trying to establish roots and ties to make the points more applicable to the
I kicked
other.
Zomir that may be giving away too much.
Exactly. And I've got a list of neutral ports that you can visit. Sounds like quite the proposition, doesn't it? Almost like you already want to agree, don't you, Zormir? She mimics nudging you with her missing arm.
Clang!
Yeah.
There's an elbow in the ribs to Zomir from Alvin. Bang!
Stop it!
No.
I just made this arm stronger.
So what do you say? Is it a deal? Is it an art of the deal? An eye for the deal?
She's not
I'll
going
be
to
honest,
stop
I'm running
making.
out of deal puns here.
Yes. Let me discuss with my colleagues, and then I'll get back to you.
She kind of gives like a sour pout. Fine, if you insist. I guess you can think it over.
Don't worry, he's going to agree.
I think the best deals are made when you do them rashly.
I'm quite rational.
No, rashly, not rationally. The opposite of rationally.
Oh well. Give it some thought, come back to me.
He'll agree, don't worry.
Will you stop threatening me, you
I didn't
stupid
threaten you.
elf?
I didn't threaten you at all!
As the two of you bicker, Erwin vanishes from sight as you're allowed to or able to go about the rest of your journey, and they're able to bring this proposition to the group.
Yeah.
Oh,
By the way...
she has maintained her list of ship ports until you agree.
Okay. Alvino basically, when they've disappeared, will also go, by the way, you're signing anything?
Damn well not.
Yes, you are.
Again with
anything that we're signing off for this one, you're doing the signing.
If anyone will get the little fucking goblin to do
Luke
it.
could sign it.
The two of you continue bickering as your scene comes to an end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
I think that was an appropriate scene.
As Zormir, we flash forward a little bit with you in the scene with the dwarves. Is there anyone you would like to invite to your scene?
I would like to be there, but I'm not guaranteeing it.
I think the point with being another artificer, if he wants to, because I'm probably gonna. My scene is basically gonna be working on the antimatter rifle and showing them how I made it or stuff.
Okay, and I'm fine being around and making stuff in the background.
As the two of you go about, there's a number of individuals that the dwarven family have enlisted to help kind of just be men at arms or muscles on the scene. They've just finished kind of hauling up the void propellers and reattaching them to the base of the ship as you kind of step back and are moving on to your next topic. Zormir, describe to me the scene.
Oh, that's looking good. Now, anyway, I think it's about time we bolster the arms in this place. I mean, I'm currently working on transferring this antimatter rifle into my armed weapon. So I could go over the basics if anyone who wants to learn how to make these rifles and hopefully not blow themselves up in the creation of these.
And if anyone wants to learn how to make weapons with a little bit more style, I can also help.
Yuki, as the youngest female of the family, kind of just drops her head and walks away. But
I still like her. Did she trip over something? Because she was the clumsy one, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, she does. Over seemingly nothing. Thorak kind of steps forward, the eldest of the children, with his apron stained with grease and soot, his ruddy skin and brown eyes, and short hair back in a bun. Kind of walks with a limp as he moves forward. You can see that he's clearly a blacksmith. As he kind of looks at the kind of diagrams you've shown up and the kind of equipment you've assembled on the table. I don't know. I still don't like it. When do you hit things?
When you run out. Sorry.
Yes, well, I'm currently transferring this to a weapon that strikes rather than fires.
No, when do you hit the weapon to get it to behave? You know, you gotta heat it up and then you gotta smash it a little bit. Really show it who's boss. Transfer your strength into it. This seems far too delicate. There's no way this makes a good weapon.
Bring me a bar of your iron. Please.
Alright. Kind of wanders back into his alcove and gets a decent sized plate of iron and brings it forward.
I have never wanted you to random roll psychic damage more than right now.
I don't know what this is going to prove, but alright, here's some iron.
You say this is...
on just nodding.
You say this is a delicate weapon.
Come on.
Oh yeah, you're talking about assembling pieces and mechanisms. That seems more Darren's point of view.
I'm definitely destined not to...
We are rolling so badly today. My God. Yep. Thank God it's not last week.
It's a good thing it's a roleplay session.
Yeah.
Roll the Alright, roll that damage type.
Come on, psychic.
1.
Correct.
How about say yes? That's not psychic.
Yeah, product radiant. Was it psychic then force or force and psychic?
I think psychic was 3.
I'm hoping Bob has this written down somewhere on the sheet because I can never remember.
Correct. Radiant Psychic force.
Yeah.
Psychic is the third one, so
Yeah, I
it's
remember
necrotic
Psychic being
damage.
3.
I'm vulnerable to 3 of those.
Vulnerable to 3.
Then
Jesus.
don't get near me then.
No.
Don't piss off Zormir. As you blast the iron with necrotic, it begins to just turn to ash as it falls from his hands. He looks down in horror. My iron!
Not so delicate now, is it?
Alright, okay. I think you've made your point. I'll shut up and listen. Kind of sits down, just his cheeks in his hands as he watches you with just these wide eyes of astonishment. Alright, so show me how you convey that strength to a weapon.
I'll start going through the details of it and actually showing him I've added strength to my character through. I've made gauntlets of ogre strength now as well from my thing, my infusions. And this power goes from this and this, and showing the vermilion gem that's used to focus things. And Point, how do you focus your weapons energy?
Oh, my focus I kind of brought from home, so I'm not sure how we recreate it here. And the Point will crack open Merida and pull out this round harmonica-shaped object.
It's a harmonica of doom.
It's a circular harmonica.
Would that not be an ocarina?
In fact, it's an ocarina.
An ocarina of doom.
It's a very different Zelda game, that one.
Yeah.
Interesting car.
Yeah. Neil, can you move your mic, please, mate?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
you keep nosing the mic.
But
There's a few bits of Arcanite in here. Not really the types you can get.
I'm sure
Yeah.
I have some bits and pieces of it we got from the rings in Arcanite that we could maybe use to fashion some new weapons.
Yeah, I reckon between us we could make something, well, a lot closer to yours. This one's kind of one of a kind.
But yes, that's you have a base, and then you have all the focus, and then
You begin to tell them the detail as all of the dwarf, the boys are just kind of nodding along and kind of, I guess scribbling something. I think they'd be taught to now you know what dwarfs just learn. They learn the old-fashioned way. It's beaten into their skull. They just kind of nod and seem to be listening to every word. And out the corner of your eye, you catch even Suki is peering around and kind of just nodding as she's listening in. Aldrin rolls his eyes as he's walking around, kind of directing the manual staff to hike up areas here and there and make the final repairs on the ship. Is there anything else you want to do before we wrap up the scene?
no, just it fades into a big discussion and maybe some practical stuff.
You do so, as they seem to be enamored by everything that you're teaching them. You have a captive audience. As we move to Fook Yu, who I've already forgotten the rest of what everyone else is doing. Fook Yu, remind me what you're doing.
So, Fuck You was looking around for a teacher to try teach sort of some common, or at least to understand it.
And what are you looking for in a teacher, do you think?
Patience.
Someone that speaks quick.
That's asking a lot.
Someone who's not going to run away from the
Oh,
fire.
yeah!
You entirely can just pick a random person out of the audience, but more, are you looking for anyone in particular while you're searching for a teacher?
Oh no, just someone that looks like they're currently teaching like children, like they're common, and essentially trying to
A teacher.
yeah, any teacher. Just
Anyone.
essentially
looking for somebody who's
just
Maybe
essentially
to
just
revive
walking
his-
into a classroom, sitting sort of down, and then just walking out.
Just literally finding an English lesson in progress, kicking the door, put your fire elemental in a chair and then leave.
Yeah.
Right.
Move the
Okay,
kid
so
if the
as you're
chairs are
wondering
full.
about the encampment, trying to find a teacher, you begin to notice children kind of running excitedly with these kind of improvised handmade parchment sheets as they're running towards the northeast segment towards the main communal hut, and you eventually follow the crowd and find Jade at the front of some what appear to be almost improvised blackboards with chalk at the side as they all begin to take their seats, and Jada is going over kind of the basics of various kind of activities within the encampment, how to like sew or craft things, how to make music, things like that. You don't think she's teaching common, but she does occasionally kind of stop to go over like writing and how to do writing and things like that. This appears to be a kind of like almost 8 to 10-year-old class. But
I know a bit advanced for a sod off.
Yes. Sort of essentially just walk into where she's teaching and just be like,
Yeah, I've got this fireman and
Small fire person.
Yep, small fire person, and we he only knows like some weird made up language. Is it possible to try and teach him like basic common?
Jade kind of watches you for a second. Oh, I am not entirely sure, but I love a challenge. So
This is the most patient woman we have ever met.
let's
she's gonna rule those words.
children, why don't today we invite a new member to our class and we can go over various things we've learned and we can teach how to teach. Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't you all like to be my mini assistants and help me teach a newcomer? You can tell stories. I find the best way to learn is to tell stories and explain various aspects of it. But yes, why don't you introduce the little fella?
Oh no.
Yeah, this is start off.
The rest of the children, let's give me a persuasion check.
How told not to swear are these children?
My name's Fuck You, and this is Sod Off.
Children, cover your ears.
what am I doing, sorry?
Persuasion check or a flat charisma check.
Come on.
30-20.
Finally, someone's got an
All the children kind of go wide-eyed of excitement and kind of like jump up on their feet, all very excited to see a sentient mini elemental in their presence. Apparently, Jace looks a little apprehensive of there's a living fire in her tent.
There's literally a living fire in this school tent.
You see her kind of shuffle to the left as
Just
she
make
grabs,
sure
like,
he
the
doesn't
vase of
come
water.
near. Yeah, just make sure he doesn't go near anything
Very
flammable.
flammable.
And then just kind of holds the vase of water next to her side, just
Don't
holding
get him
it.
wet. Don't get
just
him
in
wet. He
case.
doesn't like it.
Well, yes, this is.
Yeah, but
more
what the
for-
seats and the desk made out of?
Okay. Children, let's show the new guests some space, right? We've all talked about privacy and giving people their space, and it's okay to speak to them from a slight distance, but let's not touch the living flame, shall we? Yes.
Do not touch the fire.
Yes. What's their name again? Sod Off.
Sod Off, yeah.
Colorful name, yes. Sod Off. Why don't you take a seat
On the floor.
away from anything flammable, just right here in the center, on the dirt here. And children, why don't you all come over here and we can try and teach Sod Off how to understand common. Yes. As yes, you said you wanted to just leave them here.
Unless Jade like makes me stay, then yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'll have
as
to-
you just
kind of
wander off, leaving Jade and the children to try and teach your fire elemental common.
Why do I
Do you
get
want to
the
improve
feeling?
your
Why do I
comment?
get the feeling that a dice roll is going to happen, and I'll be doing all the helpful chores for the place is going to be like, Oh yeah, a fire has started in the main place. Can we please have you to help put it out?
Hey, there's plenty of water.
Later.
Crisis alert.
Gwent.
There has been an incident.
This is not a drill. Fire drills, children, but this is not actually a drill. The building is actually on fire.
I go to the school to start treating the kids for fire.
3rd degree
All the burn
burns.
victims.
I'm so
Yeah, I
upset.
can see that. What would you like to do after you've done that?
After I do that, I'm going to try find a very place the furthest away where nobody's going to walk in on me, and I'm going to cast a couple of spells. I'm going to cast Zone of Truth first, and then for the first time, I'm going to actually try and contact my god with divination.
Interesting. Okay.
Divination.
How do you cast Zone of Truth first? That's concerning.
Make sure his god doesn't lie to him.
God would never do that.
Yeah, they would. It's literally their whole MO.
Alright, what offering do you put to contact your god?
Oh.
What do they
I
accept?
think the most precious thing that Gwent currently owns, which would be his The Point concert T-shirt.
Aww. I also
Not the crown.
I also thought originally you said dwarf, which was very concerning.
A dwarf, a random dwarf.
There are
One of
enough
the
children,
kids
they won't miss
didn't
one of them.
survive.
Alright, do you do any sort of chant to like communicate with your god? By which I mean, hey, go ahead and give us like a little chant to communicate your god and tell everyone who your god is.
My god is Chiron, who is a
See if you remember.
god of health. And my chant is, come on, you bastard, come on.
Wait, not.
Come on.
Did you say Chiron as in that Chiron?
Oh, Chiron, as in the Alterran god.
Oh, is it okay? I was literally
Chiron.
checking. It was like, is there literally like that one? I'm
Oh,
assuming
I
it's
thought
not
it
that one.
was just a pronunciation thing.
Yeah. I was thinking, the fucking ferryman, is that you? Oh, God.
No, that's Chiron.
That's what I was.
It might
Right,
just
I
be
heard.
my pronunciation.
Because he always wants to speak to the manager.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, cool.
That's right, I do have TRC up here.
Yeah.
I do know who the god is. But yes, you were doing a chant to them.
Yep, just whispering, come on, you bastard. First time. Come on, come on. Come on, you
Alright,
bastard.
go ahead and ask your question regarding the goal event or activity occurring within 7 days.
So, I need to ask about Iron Core, so my question would be, is it better to go to Iron Core by high air or lower?
A low ground.
Like, yeah, like, should we go high and over, or should we, brush the tops of mountains, is the idea.
Good question.
Fair.
'Cause we're going in the ship, I assume, but different dangers. I'm trying to just find the best route.
What are we after?
Maybe go slightly higher than the peaks of the
Are
mountains.
we after, like, tall giants can knock us out, or flying dragons are gonna eat us? Which one are we after?
Yeah, which is the best, quote unquote.
Suicide.
Lesser of two evils.
Which is the best suicide option?
Alright, how do I want to deliver this?
That would be 14.
Gently.
You get a kind of a ping in your head as you begin to kind of see lights almost forming in front of you. You're aware that this isn't physical. This is almost like a projection into your mind as your deity is attempting to communicate with you. The lights begin to take the rough form of what you know Chiron to look like. Which I don't actually know if we ever established Chiron as a... the Chiron kind of gives a kind of shifty look around as you begin to take form. You kind of just see the top half of their head and torso staring at you. Where are we? Are we anywhere hostile? Could they trace me from here?
Oh God, no.
They dive at him and start trying to punch him.
Wait, what?
Yay! Kill the gods.
What are you doing? You
I was
punches
just
the back of
thinking
you.
Like
Gwen
you
being violent.
miserable bastard, you will give me answers.
You calm down, calm down. I have to make sure it's safe. Make sure
Like
it's
it's
safe.
go. No, keep punching. It's never safe out here.
I know it's never safe. You selfish ass. You've lived only a fraction of my life. You think you need to tell me it's not safe?
Then why won't you let me die?
I know it's not safe because the mission isn't done.
Is Gwen Gandalf?
I love this energy of they're just the same as each other.
This is the best. This is the best.
Only a fool would travel by air with aerial defenses primed and ready. Do you think the monarchy doesn't have countermeasures to divine intervention towards ships from either other faction? It'd be a fool to go in unprepared without stealth on your hands. You know this. Never take the front route, always take the coward's option.
I hate you. And then I'm gonna walk away.
As you just hear him calling out from you. Find the dwarf with beard of cinder. Find the well so deep below. There you'll find an access to the fiery pit of damnation. Do not stay long. Your death is not now.
Fire dwarf.
Spits at you. And then vanishes from sight.
You have the
I
best
promise it's not
god.
Millig.
Millig wasn't a fire dwarf.
Yeah, well, he's ginger. So, but
He
it's
was
not
a
him.
Slayer, yeah, I forgot he was a Slayer.
I read the NPC sheet. I know who this is.
I didn't.
To be fair, the NPC sheet only has characters that you are aware of because one of the characters in the party know who they are.
So it may not be.
There are no spoilers on the NPC sheet.
I love, by the way, that one of the magic items is just called Chris.
Somebody add a magic item.
Apparently, I just looked at the magic item list while I was looking for it, and one of them was just named Chris.
Where are you seeing this?
Magic items
it
list.
is.
It's just called
It's
Chris. Above,
Silver Dragon tier.
Oh, it's the dragon tier.
Yeah.
Why is it called Chris?
Well, they all have
Yeah.
names. One
The
Stephen.
dragon is called Chris.
I think we're
I
out
have no
of
idea
it.
where you guys are seeing this.
It-
Anyway,
It's on my stream at the moment, so the audience
Fair.
can see it.
moving on because we're running out of time. Lou,
What the hell were you doing?
remind us of your scene.
Lou would have found a nice open space,
Oh, yeah.
clear from anybody,
Any,
You were
unfortunately,
testing your
civilian.
including structures like various tents.
You can either go to the center of the lake there, or probably go to the graveyard.
Oh,
Graveyard's
yeah,
probably
just
better.
Kill all the mourners.
Yeah, they can be with their loved ones.
All right, set the scene for me.
So the some of the spells Lou has just learned is could be controlling the weather. There's various elemental damage. Just testing out like a chaos bolt.
You just see a spark of energy light away and hit one of the statues surrounding the dragon skull.
With whatever damage, because
It changes.
there's a
that one. Yeah,
choice.
that one changes.
That's fair. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Just working on all the new spells that I've learned.
As you're
Trying
going
to
through
get-
your forms, testing your various spells, you suddenly get a shiver down your back as a figure watches you from a slight distance, leaning against a pillar. An unremarkable man with just a square jaw and deep brown eyes and short cut hair, watching you and peasant's clothing. He's just watching, staring at you.
Can I help you?
Yes.
It's the fucking
You're the
troll.
one they call Lou Grim, right?
Fucking knew it.
Maybe.
Bastard would show up.
Depends who's asking.
He pushes himself off the pillar and kind of takes a long stride towards you. You're the one that has a connection to President Control, are you not?
I do.
The one that impotent fool, the professor, wanted to study and contain.
I believe the professor wanted to take over President Control.
Of
But
course.
don't quote me on that.
The fool, the arrogance of them. Even I know my limitations, and the President Control is a mind far beyond what mere mortals can understand.
You obviously didn't know the professor because they claimed they
Oh.
were essentially a genius.
I
But-
wish I didn't.
No, so you did know them.
You did meet the
I-
professor.
You know, while I have no interest in taking over President Control, because I like living, you see, I could help you where they couldn't. I could guide you with a little bit of material that would help insulate your mind from outside influence. From psionic attack, you understand? Would that be of interest to you?
My mind's fairly insulated as it is.
As he takes a step around, for a moment, you actually think you see the professor before. It's almost like a mockery, a caricature of the professor's form standing in front of you. Would it be so useful, wouldn't it, if you could just conquer the president with your mind? As alas, I was too incompetent to actually give you the technology before my untimely demise. As they fall back onto the ground and mimic death.
Don't be so melodramatic.
It was,
They
far,
I was there. It didn't happen like
it
that.
was far more explosive.
And suddenly, you're looking at yourself again. Near perfect mimicry of yourself. Just kind of leaning there.
Catches
and,
me
like,
by surprise and was like,
One,
who's this handsome guy?
their head and shoulders up on an arm as they're lying across the ground, staring up at you. Because it would be a shame if that mind of yours was to be contacted and conquered by the president. It will come at a cost, of course, you see, but I think it's worth it, and I'm you. So, hey, be the smart guy in the room and accept the deal. Would you like a headband that stops interference? Oh, of course, there is a cost. We're not fools, after all. We understand that's how bargains work, right? You don't get something for nothing.
I mean,
But-
I got a friend that can get me a really cool headband.
Yeah, jumps up and stares at you. Hey, you got into this situation because you know how to make a deal and a bargain. So why stop now when it served you so well in the past? Care to make a deal? Power for something in return?
I care to stop now because where I came from, President Control wasn't the president. He was nowhere near as powerful as here.
Isn't
A lot of
that
people
all?
feared him, don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
But his side lost the war. He was essentially a failure.
Box squid.
Well,
So the
fair,
answer to your question is no. Thank you, all the same.
but you've even just said yourself that he's more powerful here. Are you sure you can still withstand him here?
I've done very well so far. And I'm getting more stronger.
kind of rolls his eyes and begins walking away. Yes, but just because a bomb hasn't gone off doesn't mean it won't. Honestly.
The bomb needs to be triggered.
As he hops over a grate and he kind of stands on a grate next to these large sheets of metal, kind of stares at you. Well, best of luck. I hope nothing triggers that accidentally and your arrogance doesn't lead to the death of your party. At least until the barbarous ones returns with my fire.
Yeah.
As he pushes on the wall and slips through the crack, the wall closing in front of him, vanishing from sight.
Although he's gone, it's like Lou still says, "Yeah, there's more arrogant people in my party."
That's fair. Is there anything you'd like to do before we bring the scene to a close?
I just continue where I left off.
Nuking
Practicing.
random objects.
Assassin, it's your turn.
So over the few days, Assassin will be scuttling about from place to place. If anyone asks what they're doing, they'll just yell nothing really, really loud. And
Nothing.
hide
I'm
whatever
not
they
doing
have.
anything.
You'll hear the occasion
and,
of Alvina does that. Okay. Wonderful.
You'll
Nothing illegal.
Definitely not anything illegal.
you watch them slowly but surely. They've got this huge sack, or at least huge comparable to assassin size.
It's a normal bag.
That they'll drag up to the commander. I forget his name. Abigail's dad.
The warder.
The warder.
The warder. Thank you. Yeah, I'll come into the warder's room, and just be like, so I have a thing. I have a thing. The thing is that I didn't plan this. I'm really sorry. Can we start again?
The warrior kind of looks up at you. Kind of looks around the room. You see him kind of almost place his hand back towards his hip, kind of resting on the hilt of his sword.
I have a thing. Do you want it?
And what thing might this be?
I think it's just easier if I show you.
Slowly, carefully.
Uh-huh.
No tricks, you understand.
Mm-hmm. And Assassin
Like twitch of his eyes, he's kind of watching you.
will really slowly take out like two little bits out of the bag one by one. And they seem to have these sort of essentially like metal domes over the top, which look like twisted silver, and on the inside is like a little mushroom. And they'll lean close and just go, so you kind of need to like it's easier if I demonstrate. And 1 second. And they'll scuttle out of the room. They'll push Squidge into the room, even though Squidge definitely doesn't want to be in here right now, and just like point them over to the other side of one. And Squidge will go over, and Assassin will like put a finger in and boop the mushroom on one side, and the other one on like the other set of twisted metal will also like it'll kind of hum, and Squidge will like mimic touching it and like having a conversation and just being like, it's us proof. It's just one way. One stays here, one on ship, and if you need us, you can call us. I thought it might be a nice idea.
Right. You see him kind of like slide a little bit to the right and kind of still keeping his eyes completely fixed on you. Just nudge a cupboard open as he kind of reaches down, still staring at you, still keeping his eyes on you, and he pulls out a large like caged cube and places it on the table. It seems to shimmer with twisted silver.
Yeah, if you're gonna kill me, like make it fast.
Hmm.
Just quick, you know?
Kind of considers you for a second. This cage prevents psionic communication. Twisted silver is an insulator.
Yeah.
You understand you've given me what appears to be a psionic communication device, yes?
Yeah, but that's what the chains do. It's like a wire. That one connects to this one, but doesn't connect to any other one. It's like a isolated, um, your own personal psionic network. You, you get it?
Well, if it's all the same with you, I'm going to place this in the cage for now until I can have my intelligence officer review it.
Okay, that's better than I expected. Yeah. Do you want to pick it up, or will I put it in the box?
Kind of pushes the cage over to you. You place it in the box.
I figured as much. It's like slowly, gingerly, like the slowest movement as possible of being like, if I move too fast, like
Just stab you.
I am gonna get fucked up. Of just being like, yeah. So that just goes in there. Um, the other one needs to come with us though when we leave. What do you want with that? Do you want that one in there
Take it with
too?
you.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, if you don't want it, I throw it in acid or something. I don't care. I mean, I do care. It's a lot of material, and it took me a really long time to make, and I figured you'd maybe like say thank you or something. But no,
Just
I think
nothing. He's
that's it.
he's staring at you.
I think that's it. Also, uh, can I ask a question, sir?
Ask.
Do you know,
Muffin Man.
do you know if the Bravehearts are in Bastion?
He kind of like tilts his head at you curiously.
Are they still there?
I don't understand why you're asking. If this is some sort of intelligence gathering, it won't do you any good.
Uh, I mean, every bit of information is technically intelligence gathering, but like that one's for me.
There are still members of the Braveheart family in Bastion. Yes,
Okay.
but their exact location and whereabouts, and if they are out on mission and who, obviously I cannot divulge. And to put an end to this line of questioning, I also do not know the answer. I am not privy to their goings and comings.
Okay. Are they well? Good? Alive? Yeah, we'll stick with alive.
There's been a few deaths, but the family as a whole is still is still boasting their famous reputation as great heroes of Bastion and the rebellion's cause, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically I was giving you a gift, which you still haven't thanked me for. But I'm just gonna take that as you're not gonna ever thank me for it. And you might possibly toss it off a cliff. But I'll take that over that pointing at the blade, making contact with me. Also, am I still a prisoner? Like, is it still a thing? Am I going with them? Am I staying with you? Like, what's going
You're
on
going with
here?
them.
Oh, yeah. You like me, I can tell we're friends.
You see him just kind of pull the blade just a tiny little bit, so there's a glint of silver.
There would be like a yeah, like fine, fine, okay, right. I'm taking the bag. I'm gonna put the thing in the bag, and you're not gonna kill me. And I'm gonna go back down the stairs whence I came, and we're not gonna interact again. And disregard any questions I asked you. I was never here. And just slowly like pops in bag and like drags it while still making eye contact. Like slowly, like a dog dragging away like a bone, but like making sure they keep an eye.
I thought when you said hops in bag and drags it away, I imagined you like jumped into the bag and just rolled
That's
out.
what I thought. He was just looking out and
Like,
Oh my
shuffling away.
god.
That's what I imagined.
I actually no, I like the idea of Assassin getting in the bag and then Squidge like dragging them out, like while he's like
With
staring.
Assassin's face just poked out of the hole, stared
Yeah,
at you.
pretty much.
Just the eyes. Everything under the eyes is in the bag.
Yeah.
Yes, as we pull that scene to an end, I'm gonna go to the point first because Fate already had a lengthy scene. The point.
Okay, so I would like to invite Assassin to this scene.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh shit. I really like the idea of me just coming down the stairs and being like, aha, no one noticed.
Actually,
I was stealth.
Let's go that. You'll come down the stairs and you'll just see the point in some form of hat with a crate next to him, holding a clipboard out to you.
Going, the very
wasn't me.
person.
It wasn't me. You can't prove it.
All questions
Wait.
must be directed towards Alvina.
Yeah. If there's any charge, that goes to one of the list of my associates. What's going on?
I need you to sign for the parcel.
Okay.
And do the clipboard.
Are you Fey aligned?
Not that I'm aware of.
Good enough for me. Signs with Assassin.
Do you not want to read it or just sign it?
Oh yeah, I like Assassin will like go through like a huge like contract list. So if there's anything specific on it,
That all it says is for services rendered and future services.
Nothing else, no even other text.
huh?
Yeah, that's all it says.
Are you like a time wizard or something?
I'll buy this point as a time wizard, that makes sense.
Not that I'm aware of.
Huh.
Anyway.
Okay, good enough for me. Signed.
And he gestures at the box. That's for you.
Oh. Oh. How big is the box?
How big would it be? I know what's in there. I can't think of sizes.
I imagine at least slightly larger than medium. A little bit of
Yes,
packing.
slightly larger than medium.
Okay. So
Probably like 5x5. There'll be a bit of padding, like a foot padding around there.
Okay.
yeah. Assassin will be like, oh, did the warden do this? This is very nice. I mean, like, I literally just came downstairs. Wait, is the warden a time wizard? Just like rambling off thoughts as they're trying to like crack open the box and like absolutely struggling.
I changed my mind. It's a 4-foot box with a foot of padding for a 3-foot object inside. There we
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Gotta get my scale
Still
out.
struggling to get box open.
So I think I used my once a day thing to create the box, so I can't give you a crowbar.
Ah, shit. Just like Assassin being like,
Actually, I can fabricate a stone crowbar.
is the gift frustration?
It's rage! It's
No.
rage!
And then we'll try and open the box with a crowbar, and then basically it's just like flash forward half an hour of Assassin
I was
struggling.
about to say, do you want to walk over to Alvina's tents and grab the crowbar that she has?
The point will say,
Just take it.
yeah, you know, the box is going to disappear in about a couple hours if you want to just wait until then.
Yeah, that's fine. And they'll just sit and wait, and then eventually, when
2
the
hours,
box disappears,
however many
watch
hours
it.
of the box lasts later. Inside the box is a second, slightly smaller box. No.
Oh no!
It's just going.
It is, you recognise bits of the metal, the collapsible metal box I put you in earlier. It is fashioned into a backpack with one of those dome windows on the front. completely waterproof, filled with water.
It's a freaking back tank.
Yay!
It is a back tank.
Yeah,
Is
I
this-
like that.
Is this for me?
Yeah, for
You need
past services and future services. Yeah.
You need to get Elvina right now. Get them. They need to be here right now. Like tapping like instantaneously. Of like
The
need to
point
be
just
here.
yells, Alvina!
I'll like, I'll be like a minute. I'll just walk around the corner, probably carrying something huge. Just like, yeah.
At
Like
this
a
point,
tree or something.
Assassin is like climbing into the tank and just being like, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up, as they swoosh in.
Okay. Put down whatever huge amount I'm carrying. Glance at the point in mild confusion, and just put the tank on and heave.
It is a 3-foot cube of.
That's why I was
water.
like, heave.
I thought that might be easier to keep Assassin damp. I'll have to refill it every now and again, but apart from that.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta change the water now and again.
You gotta get a
Assassin will.
Oh, yes, also, Assassin, as you climb in, you'll notice that the water is vaguely mushroom wine scented.
Yeah. Excellent. Assassin will pop their head out and be like, "This is the last time we'll be seeing each other. It was lovely to know you all. But this is my home now.
Yeah, there's a window. We can see you.
There is a big glass dome window.
Yeah, you can wave to
excellent.
each other.
This will be the last time we communicate.
Yeah, then Assassin will reach into the old bag, pull something out, and there's just like a tiny do not disturb sign appears on the little dome window as Assassin like floats down to go for a snooze very happily.
There, we've got a fish tank. It appears now.
Yep, you've got a fish tank
Amazing.
now.
Right. How am I
It's like
supposed to
it's like
carry
a doggy.
Yeah.
It's like a doggy window backpack.
How am I supposed to carry this and my backpack?
There's room for the backpack on top.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Like, all right. How do we do this? It's sturdy, right?
It's sturdy, yeah.
Okay.
So the point would have thought about the technical details, Alistair did not.
It works.
Yeah,
That's all that matters.
Alvina was basically like,
Oh
it's
my
not like if
God.
I put this down or sit down, it's not gonna shatter, right? Was basically what Alvina was saying.
It's reinforced glass. It's fine.
It's magic, that's how.
Magic. Don't worry about it. Artificery. Cool.
They're an artificer. Yeah. So yes, as the scene fades to a close, you see Assassin in their newly formed, beautifully designed fish hold backpack.
I literally have
Filled
put
with,
it as fish tank backpack onto my
I haven't thought of
cursor.
a good name for it yet. Like backpack of water holding.
If it wasn't copyrighted, I would go with just a Bacta tank.
Yeah.
Well, it's already been taken,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So,
I mean, that's all I
Alright.
was thinking of. So
yeah.
in order to get to that, Fade, was there anything you wanted to do after your introduction? Any mini scenes you wanted to do?
It's just a small one, really. But I really don't know who to invite to it. I've been thinking about it, and I can't. I don't. Maybe Assassin might be there, but I wouldn't specifically go looking for a person.
If you've got one that I would suggest would be a
Oh,
cool
yeah.
one.
Like it's the character who's inviting people, not the it's the player who's inviting people, not the character.
Yes.
If you want people
Okay.
to coincidentally be there, that's fine.
There's
Yeah.
one, there's one if you want a suggestion from me, I thought of one which would be cool. Grab
Yeah,
Zormir.
go for it.
Grab Zormir.
Well, I was thinking because one of the last happy memories that the professor had here was at the sort of tidal wave thing that happened.
Yeah.
They would maybe get
Yeah.
a Ken
After
for
the
sort of
rock
walking
concert.
for walking along this sort of beach area here, and so they just sort of stand at the edge of that pier there and just look into the water. And just look into the water for a while. And just sit there and remember, or try and remember, because that's all really they can do now, is just try and remember who they were and what they are now. And
See things that were what are
I mean,
and what have not yet come to pass.
I've got a good interaction for the scene. If you just
Yeah.
want me to essentially just float on by.
If you could, that'd be good.
Like, imagine Baloo the bear in Jungle Book.
Yeah.
Like, just like floating along, and then just kind of like leaning up and just be like, "Oh hey, you're the new one, right? The old one? I don't know. Someone tried to fill me in. I pretended to listen. Why don't we start again?"
Best part would be Alvina was probably the one that told you, so it'd be even more disorganized.
Yep.
I know you, don't I?
No. Unless it's a good reason. Unless it's a good reason, then you don't know me.
No, I'm trying to remember. And they pull something out of their pocket that you recognize, and they just look at this scrap of parchment in their hand. I feel like I'm missing a something, a friend. I owe them something, but I can't remember them or what I owe them.
Huh.
So I feel bad that I don't remember them. If we were friends, they must have been important to me to write this. But I don't remember.
Can I see that?
They kneel down and they hand you it. And you can see in the light now that you get close to them, their properly horrific face. And it's the note that Assassin left. Cruel.
Oh. So ignore this last bit and they'll rip off the names section.
Hey,
I mean,
that's
no, don't trust me. You don't want to know that guy. That guy sucks. Anyway,
good thing I can remember anything I read.
Yeah. Oh shit. No, trust me. That guy sucks. You don't want to know them. Trust me. So.
Okay.
So you seem like you're in a vulnerable place right now, right? You seem like you're having a bad
just
time.
Shush, guys.
And
Yes.
I like it would be really easy to take advantage of that, but for some reason I'm feeling kind of bad about that. Like I don't want to do that. So how
Do
about
you also need a friend?
I have many friends in many places. And I think they'd probably want to meet you. You seem pretty cool. So, maybe we can go visit them together.
That seems nice.
Yeah, they might seem like they don't know me, but that's like an in-joke. So it's a bet we've got going, all of us in
You
the
knew
old
me
gang.
before. You remind me. Was I a good person before?
I'm a bad person to ask.
But as you do ask that, we're actually going to bring the scene to a close there because I think that's a great
That's a
ending
good
point.
ending point, yeah. I'm a bad person to ask. Fades to black.
Yeah, I'm a bad person to ask.
Yes, it's a biased opinion.
Yeah.
But yes, as each of you had a very, very lovely, beautiful scenes as we move towards the final scene so we can end tonight. As it's been a couple days now and Zormir is finally ready to unveil the new Curio 3. Now semi-functional, now fully functional, if still in need of additional repairs. Now, I believe the party is fully within their power to detail the ship as much as Zormir will allow before Zormir just murders you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm gonna let Zormir describe the basics of what the ship looks like, and then I'll let Claire's add on one or two details, and Zormir can veto them or not. So Zormir, why why don't you describe to us what the new and improved Curio 3 looks like?
And I would rather they go for their descriptions. It basically is mostly the same, except for a good chunk it's repaired now with a.
You want to do the thing at the end of like the summary bit, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Bob, I get you. Yeah.
Because I don't.
I'll do a quick sachet description so people know what to like and add on to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you see, the Curio 3 is a transport vessel with mostly for its massive, sleek size and rectangular more rectangular shape. In that it's rather than kind of bulky and big, it's more lean and aerodynamic with suitable kind of under spacing for additional rooms and storage. The now only 6 void propellers glisten at the back. Their forms massive, their diameter just twice the arm span of the Onis when they were wielding the glaives. You can see 2 masts rising up in front, not for any sort of propulsion, but mostly for drag control, so you can steer the ship. There is a large cabin at the back that kind of sits up in that classic ship fashion with a slight I forget the part at the front of the ship that kind of platforms up a bit.
The bow, yeah.
Starboard.
It'd be the bow platform essentially.
As Zormir is, I'm going to assume, on deck, actually raising and activating the ship, so it begins to hover and float with the propeller slowly beginning up speed, hovering in place.
Somebody will be swinging a bottle of champagne at it.
The vast canvases that they put in place to kind of shield it are whipped away, and you see the hovering ship above a pile of rubble and ruin that was used to initially cradle it and also supply scrap to fix it. Let's go around and get players' first reactions and then little detail adjustments they'd like to make to it. So, what is Alvina's reaction?
She'll be a big laugh and just clap her hands a bunch of times. It's like, finally, we got it working. And the 2-bit, because there's 2 bits that I want to have as her ones. The first one, on the taller of the masts, because I assume one of them is slightly higher than the other, like on a normal ship. At the top of it, there's basically like a crow's nest, but it's got like all branches around it, essentially. Like, they're probably pretty old and need replacing at this point. But of like some sort of plant, which Alvina had up there, which she was comfortably resting on, usually, is where she's quite often found. And the other part would literally be in the ship. It'd be a big room that's basically been set up. It's got lots of like claw marks and just chunks missing, a lot of damage in there. Of a big room which has evidently seen a lot of pets in it, and it currently probably has the pair of hydras probably asleep in there.
Yes. The plan is for to have essentially a ship diagram in a future week where you guys can update and customize the various rooms in it.
Yeah, we should have.
But Chris is still working on his digital art skills, so. I'm just gonna be. Luckily, we're gonna have a week break after this anyway.
Yeah, you'd have like a few plant type things and rocks just to make it.
I'll give you guys a chance in the future to properly decorate your rooms, visually from an artistic point of view.
Pet room and crow's nest as well. Two ones are.
Yes, fuck you. What is your reaction?
Fuck you. Basically has next to no reaction to it.
Yeah. Yep. Don't know.
It's
just like,
it's alright.
Basically.
It's about time.
Yeah. I'm so tired of walking everywhere. But yeah, he'll essentially go to his room, and put up a. So his wall, one of the walls, will just be covered in like images of people. Some of them with like crosses over them.
I was about to say, I know exactly what this is going to be.
And like some of them like circled, a few of them with daggers in them, and then he's just going to paste up a new picture, and it's Big Toe.
Yep.
Damn it. Yep. All right. Gwent, you have never seen this ship flying, and this is entirely new to you. What is your reaction?
There are tears
Aw.
streaming down Gwent's face. So happy. Like an actual way to escape. A flying ship. So just like tears pouring down. Has never looked happier.
Can I pat him on the back? Like just a friendly pat on the back. It's like and just nod. Not really say anything. Can I just do that? You okay with that?
But once Gwent actually turns and gives you a massive hug, just like hold you sobbing for a bit.
Aww. Give another
Fair.
pat.
And then I'm gonna do one incredibly practical thing and one not so.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna go around and every space I can, I'm gonna shove a little medicine bag there.
Oh, nice.
This kit are gonna be scattered everywhere. Like
Nice.
underneath tables, next to the
Gwent, the
controllers,
safety officer.
Yeah, health and safety style, right?
everywhere. And then the
Mind your head.
practical thing is gonna go to possibly the first private room that Gwent's ever had,
Aw.
Oh,
and going to put up on the wall a little weaved picture of his nana.
Aw.
Yeah.
That was so wholesome.
And then I'm going to fry up one of the wooden floorboards, put something in, and then close it.
Yep. Yep.
Gwent's secret stash.
It's
Fair
just
enough.
carrots.
We'll maybe find out one day in the future. Who knows? Lou Grimm, your ship is flying once more. What is your reaction?
Lou would look at it and look at Zormir and say, "Not too shabby, mate. Looking good."
Yes. It would have worked a lot better if I had all the propellers, but it's working.
Yeah, as long as it's still airworthy. I do have one thought that could help. Could maybe make a gun that can have a magazine of my wand of magic missiles.
Oh, God.
Just as a suggestion.
You're meaning channel your wand of magic missiles through
Yes.
something.
Through a tube.
As if you could fashion something that would work that way, it might help defend us. And
I have a comment for after the stream on this particular point, by the way. Bob knows what it is.
We'll leave that as a
Yeah.
what for after.
just a thought, but,
So Gatling guns.
but overall, ship's looking good.
Is there any adjustment to the ship you want to make?
We'll leave the adjustment of that weapon for now until I figure it. Well,
Oh
give you
yeah.
more
Is there
time to-
any aesthetic thing you want to do, Neil?
Yeah, does Lou want anything to be his on the ship, basically?
I mean, you'll each have your own
Uh,
rooms, but
Yeah.
is there any like a decal or I don't know something you want to plaster on the ship or add to it? Which is entirely optional if you can't think of anything right now.
Yeah, like
You guys will be traveling
picture
for a lot of time.
well, a piece of paper saying like, "President control sucks."
Rebel.
Assassin, this is your first time seeing their ship fly as well. What are your reactions?
this goes in the water, right? This flies out, but then it goes in the water because it's a boat, so it goes in water, right?
No, it's an
No.
airship.
No,
Yeah.
no.
We've got you your new house. It's fine.
Mm, it can go in water though, right?
I assume. It floats.
Hmm.
Does
Not
it float?
really.
Does it float? We've never tried.
Should float.
We've never crash landed in water,
Maybe.
surprisingly.
It
Okay,
might go along
okay.
the surface, but I'm definitely not going underwater.
Let's please not go underwater.
Look, so I get a bit airsick,
Yeah, that's
so
be
just just be aware of that.
Oh
You-
god!
you don't wanna see-
sick in
you
your
really don't.
tank.
You
sick-
really don't want to see me throw up. I throw up acid now. I don't ask. It's just a thing. Just
Note to self: reinforce sick bags.
Note to self: plank that assassin can throw up over the side of, so they don't accidentally burn anything.
Assassin, any aesthetic redesign you want to add to it?
So they'll probably find the smallest room possible. That's just like probably something like a storage room.
Wee
And
cubby
then
hole.
just and probably like drag out a bunch of different things. Make it like sufficiently damp. There's eventually gonna be mold and mushrooms in there, but we're just kind of cultivating a good startup for something like that.
You know what I thought great, by the way? Your bag, I imagine, my brain tells me it looks like a washing machine. So,
Yep.
Can we put you in, like, the utility room?
Oh my god, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, basically I'm just kind of cultivating my own live cultures, essentially. In like a random tiny little cupboard, and for someone to eventually walk in, like probably smell damp from somewhere and be like, "What is that?" and eventually walk in on just absolute horror.
Because I don't think anyone's actually gone to the left side of the settlement. The green area over there is the hydroponics, and they do grow mushrooms there for
Oh
consumption.
my, yeah. So
mushroom
I
farm.
This
probably
food, Alvina
yeah,
went over there at
when
some point.
when I was probably hunting for specifically like psionic mushroom fodder, I probably picked up like a few different cultures and stuff for myself, because while I was doing a favor, I'm still a little shit. So
Obviously.
kobolds be
For
kobolding.
personal use.
You also know that
Yes.
each of the encampments of each of the patches are all encased with silver arcanite gate or like very thin fences around it.
Hmm.
But all of the mushrooms and like anything that you are aware would be semi-psionic or intelligence, they've all been like encaged in silver and twisted silver.
Oh God! Like, have I brought them out and they just become conscious for the first time?
And then we
Essentially.
and then we eat them.
To be fair, if they were conscious,
You're a
they'd be conscious
parent.
inside. The twisted silver only blocks communication with the psionic
Oh
network.
right. Okay, so
It screams
I'm
in the
probably-
psionic
able to
network.
communicate externally.
It screams.
So
into the
I've
psionic
probably
network.
brought them into the room, like unveiled them, set them up in a good corner, and then just be like, okay, so you can talk to me now. Hello.
And I can talk to
Um,
you.
The settlement
Hello.
itself also has psionic defenses, just broadly around it. So taking them out of their enclosures while in the settlement doesn't allow them to connect externally.
Well, then I'll basically say out loud to them of, don't worry, we can talk soon.
But fair,
We'll talk later.
You still talk. What I mean is they aren't able to access the World Wide Web.
They've not got Wi-Fi.
Right.
They can talk
They've not
locally.
access to the
That-
fungal
that is
network.
fine. But
Oh
there
my
is
god.
a psionic blocker stopping
Right.
external communication.
So then basically,
They have no roaming data.
I'm basically
Yeah.
doing my Aladdin speech of, I'm gonna show you a whole new world.
World.
Get ready
A
for
whole
the
new
internet.
world.
You know?
I mean, there
The
is a
sound
thing, the mycelium network, that does spread out for miles and miles.
That's
so
what in
that-
Yeah,
Canada,
this
right?
is
Yeah,
my
that's-
entire reasoning for the mushroom internet.
Yeah,
It's the one in
That's what
Canada.
it is.
yeah.
That's what the psionic network is. It's effectively mushroom internet,
Mushroom.
Yeah.
Cool.
but with
Um,
psionics. It's
It's
technically in
mushroom
the
internet.
ethereal realm.
Yeah.
That'll be set up, and wherever, like, I guess the phrasing of captain's quarters is, I'll pop the little dome with the mushroom phone other line with like a set of instructions in front of it, but not like sign it off or anything. Just put it there.
That's fair. All right, Fade. This is also your first time, and also technically a new party for you since you don't remember them.
Yeah. So I've been thinking, and the Professor worked on the ship, or certainly studied it and tried to get inside it. So they would have approached and like put a hand on it and run a hand along it curiously. And then you would have seen pretty much all the signs, those of you who are well versed in medicine, of someone having a fucking panic attack, but without breathing, and they're on the ground and shaking as suddenly their eye sort of extends, and through it's like spotty static of the professor in their past life flashes and flashes of you guys and working on the ship, and Zormir saying, "Get away from my bloody ship, you're ripping it apart," that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And just you guys talking about the ship and we need to get home, all that sort of stuff, and they're gripping the ground. You can see now that they've pretty much punched a hole in the ground with their Oni arm.
I'm going, are you choking? I walk up to you.
It seems like they're choking or they're having a panic attack or something. And the final images of the professor sort of saying, it's of a magnificent design, but of course it looks like it's from another world. And then that sort of echoes and it's staticky. And it's just sort of left them there and they're still shaking slightly.
If you stop making like the retching things, Alvina will not do the Heimlich on you.
But they just sort of stay there for a minute.
Okay, I think they're okay.
And then they slowly stand up again. And then they look at you all.
You alright?
They nod.
Alright.
I know, right? A ship that goes in the air instead of the water. Terrible concept.
You're paid.
They nod.
Follow me.
But as we move on there to wrap up, the point.
Thanks for jumping in and helping them, everyone, by the way.
I literally went, are you okay?
Know how to help.
I went, are you okay? Because it looked like you were choking
the one
to
that
death.
the one that they hate the most, that's all they know is hate for Alvina.
Yeah.
And Alvina went in and helped. I'm so glad, actually. That actually worked out quite well. They would have taken your hand if you would have offered it to help them up.
In fairness, I was going to cast Channel Divinity on you, turn undead.
Oh.
Too late.
Rude.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I'll hand up, yes.
2 things. First up, the wall room. I'm going to essentially soundproof that and put a...
I mean,
I
I
bet
think
it's
that's
already
why the wall
soundproof.
was there. Yeah,
Yeah.
the wall was there. That's the reason why.
and put one of those signs you get at recording studios that just says recording. It just says tinkering.
You've just fixed it. I imagine we already had one and you've just fixed it. Like it was broken.
Yeah.
Change the bulb.
And also, when he's round the front of the ship, he'll be a bit teary, go, oh, she's beautiful, but she needs something. And we'll go up to the prow, pull out that mask we stole from the
Yay.
Only King's place.
Yeah.
To start to go and fix it to the front of the ship. And then turn to Fade and then just go, do you want this?
What is it?
It's a mask. I don't think it's magic, but no offense, your face is pretty fucked up.
It looks like you've been hit really hard.
I did see you trying to hide it earlier. You might prefer this.
It's a bit more tactful.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say tactical there, Neil. It's tactical mask.
It's tactical as well.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. And then the point will turn back to the prow and use Fabricate to make a figurehead. I haven't worked out what it's going to be of yet, but
Dragon.
of something. I mean,
We'll
something
find
relevant.
out next
Yeah.
time.
Alvin is a dragon. No, Alvin is not a dragon. Alvin is associated with dragon.
The point was anything else you want to add there, or?
No, that's it.
Okay. As everyone starts kind of boarding the ship, you look out to see Abigail with several bags packed around her. The warder and the figure that you saw her arguing with earlier, kind of standing a short distance away.
She coming on?
I'm waiting.
I mean-
we're waiting on the ground, just waiting for her.
I mean, I was going to show Fate some what I've prepared.
Show Fade. I got this, zombie.
Yeah,
Okay.
the two figures kind of nod to her, and you actually see Abigail looks to be in nearly brand new armor. It's still the Marauder style, but there's a couple of extra pieces here and there, and what she's wearing appears to be brand new, fresh off the
Of the
clock
smithy.
craft.
Yeah.
Yeah. As she kind of nods up to you and picks up her bags and begins boarding the ship.
I help
You
with
see that there's a grin across her face and excitement in her eyes.
Alvina will just go, welcome aboard, and be helping her with her stuff.
The point will make eye contact with Warder.
Can I
Not
look at all
anything.
of you? I've never flown before. This is it's gonna be new.
It's a lot of fun.
It's okay, Zormir's flying.
Fuck you, shouts from him. No, he's not!
So then,
I'll be back.
someone will be flying.
I've only
Someone's not called Alvina.
Warren and Louis can give you all a nod and then move away.
I'm allowed to
I
fly.
cast message at the warden. I will protect her. I remember. I promised. I promise.
You do not get a response back.
That's fine.
But with that, is there
Can I-
anything anybody wants to say?
No?
I've got one more thing I want to do, since I didn't do anything with the vessel. I take the warder to their new chambers where I've taken some of the stuff from the professor's lab and installed it.
Aww. Faye's
And-
got his own lab.
I know I didn't get on with apparently the former person of you, but we did come to an agreement that we'd both work to help each other and save things. I hope we can work together and make this world a little better. And I thought better to have some of your own stuff to familiarize yourself and maybe gain some of your past lives memories. But I would like someone to essentially help me control the chaos these people make. If that's okay with you.
You think I can help control chaos?
I have no idea what you're capable of.
No,
But
let's have some fun.
I
seem to have a
don't
blank-
know either.
But that's the good thing. You'll have a blank slate to work on. Well, this is your room. If there's anything you wish or require, come find me. And look forward to finding out who you are, what you stand for.
Thank you.
And I'll shake his hand and leave.
All right. With that, we're going to bring it to a close. We'll flesh out a lot of the technical detail over the next 2 weeks. We are off from the main series next week. The players are more than welcome to run a one-shot in my absence, but I will not be here. Let me know, and I'll change titling and everything beforehand. But as one little extra bonus content, as the ship begins goes through the large tunnel they initially dragged it in and begins flying up over the horizon of Titan Guts and begins.
We're still blindfolded.
And begins its voyage to your next adventure, which will also flesh out more in effectively the in-between time. You spot something on the horizon, a small figure floating not too far away from over the previous expansive area you know as the guts where the massive holes down are. It seems that they're flying to the east, apparently from the location of the Oni's palace. And as your ship gets in gets a little bit closer and Alvina is able to make out the figure from such a vast distance, you notice the very familiar shape of Drax the Aboleth.
Hey!
Only there's something distorted about his shape as Alvina gets a better view on him. It seems that their mouth is massively expanded, and hanging out of it
It's a table.
is the Arc table.
Drax a port! Albino be screaming now. Drax a port and he's eating a table.
As the party is able to meet up once more with Drax
Yes!
and unlocks an Arc table for the crafting room.
Hell yes!
That is where we're going to end tonight's session. This has been the intermission session while we slowly reboot and adjust things and recalibrate. I have been your DM. These have been my fantastic players. Thank you all for watching, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Tune in for more adventures.
Hell yeah.
This has been Alterra.
Bye.
Wonderful.
That was great. Are we good on your end?
We're out.
Okay, so yeah, I'll sign off on my end as well. That was hilarious and awesome. I love that ending so much.
It was a nice end.
Yeah, I like the new character as well, by the way, James. I like him.
Thank you.
I like him.
I wanted to make them as strong as you.
They're close, yeah. But they got 18. I'm assuming 18 or 19, right?
So actually, I rolled on my Beyond sheet when actually my new stat block. I get +1 to all my skills that I'm proficient in, and athletics I'm proficient in, so it should have been a +9. So with my past life, I would have rolled a 4 and beat you by 1 without guidance.
Yeah, if you use guidance first, so you'd have matched me with guidance.
Yeah.
So, fun. But yeah, I'll be signing off. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've not got Alterra next week, but we've got something, right?
Maybe.
Currently no plans, but maybe, yeah.
Well, in the
I
works.
might have the Vampire's Last Bite or the Echoes of the Blood War from Tales of the Altiverse.
Okay, we might have something next week, so you can tune in there. I'll be back on Monday, so I hope we can see you guys then. Have a fantastic evening, every one of you. Keep playing the games, keep being awesome. You guys are the best on Twitch. Thank you, Chris, for running that. Thank you, players, for playing it.
Yes.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. It was great. Say it. Thank you. Good night.
Cheerio.
Bye.
Bye.